There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the reckoning. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us to dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thought man will help us prevail and survive.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. BBQ Olivers. Longzhu Gaming. SK Telecom T1. Samsung. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer. It is week number 6. It is day number 3, and I am still Max Atlas Anderson, and this is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. Unfortunately, no Achilleos today. His watch has ended for this week, but he will be back next week. It'll be fun.
So you're saying his watch is over?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's get to bookkeeping. We have an excellent second match for you today, guys. Rematch of the 2016 World Finals. It will be SK Telecom versus Samsung Galaxy, but we'll hold our judgment. We'll hold our hype for that one. The first match, it's Longzhu versus BBQ. So easy to say Longzhu 2-0, but the first time these two teams met, it did go 3 games, and BBQ are still in that awkward position where feels like 7th spot is too far away. Rox Tigers have really separated themselves from what was a bottom 4. Now it's a bottom 3, and BBQ are going to potentially be one of 3 teams in the running to get in those unfortunate relegation spots.
Yeah, and BBQ sort of in the middle of the spring split were looking like they were a team up and coming. However, not necessarily the case for the summer split, and they need to start turning things around because, as you can see, sitting there, the 8th spot is not where you want to be. 2 and 8, very unfortunate. Not necessarily in the realm of MVP ever 8 winners just yet. However, will be struggling today against Longzhu, who are solid in that number 3 position, even though KT are hot on their heels.
Going to be a really fun match day. The first one, is it going to be just an entree? Is it going to be a quick 2-0 and leave us just that 1.5 hours of wait before we get the match that everyone is really excited to see? Or will we see a bit of fireworks? I'd love to see some new picks from Longzhu. I love seeing Khan's Jax last time he played earlier this week.
Yep.
Every time we see Prey and Gorilla in the bot lane, it's a delight. It's one of those things where we have so many teams that you're hyped to see. You'd argue the top 6 easily, or any matchup between those is fun. Rox Tigers are better. Suddenly it's the top 7. There's a lot of great teams, and we are with pleasure we see at least one of them today, and BBQ on the ascent, or at least trying to be.
Yeah, trying to be. And look, there are positives to talk about here. Tempt in the mid lane did manage to get a quadra kill against SKT on the Corki before the patch that made him ludicrous. Crazy Blessed Tempt, like I said before, Ghost and Totoro are going to make up the roster as per usual. But yeah, there are still some question marks here for this team, and Longzhu, I mean, they are playing on form at the moment, but they dropped a game against MVP on the first day of Week 6, so anything can happen here, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, they're still sitting at 8-3. It's a match score that's very impressive. We're still trying to work out, is Longzhu the team that deserves the high expectations? Because they hit 8 match wins in spring as well. It was just the fact their second round robin was such a free fall, they never got past 8 match wins. So we want to believe in Longzhu. We want to say this is a team that will be entrenched in the gauntlet, that may actually finish high enough to enter the world's gauntlet after that. But Longzhu Gaming, there's still a developing story. We've only seen 11 matches with Longzhu. But you have to admit, every time you see them on the Rift, they get better. BDD keeps owning it up in the mid lane, and the champion pools between all these players, it feels endless.
Yeah, and it just feels like there's so many things that need to be banned as well, as that is going to be the roster. Lots of subs on this team, but a pretty standard one in Khan, Kaz, BDD, Prey, and Gorilla will be rounding out Longzhu Gaming. And like you said, I mean, it could be just a highlight reel for Longzhu here today against BBQ, or BBQ can answer back with some of their interesting picks, with some of the picks that has made BBQ into the good team that they were during parts of spring.
And the one hopeful thing for BBQ is their best player this season, Tempt, is actually going to be the one in the mid lane facing off against BDD, who is rewriting the record book with all his different statistics in the summer season. So you need strength in the mid lane to be able to stand up to Longzhu, and they do have it through Tempt, who's looked like a star in an underperforming team.
Yeah, and Ghost as well has had his high moments at the same time, Papa Smithy, so we'll see whether Prey and Gorilla will get challenged by the bottom lane here of BBQ, or whether it's once again going to be a rollover, because you can see there's an absence of blue in the last few matches here for BBQ. In fact, they have only found victories so far this season against ever 8 winners. 2-1s both times.
In League of Legends, blue represents happiness. It's a bit different to the global color.
Well, no wonder Longzhu are more happy. They're a blue logo.
That was smart of them. They put it together when they came over from Incredible Miracle. So last time these two teams faced, like I mentioned, it did go 3 games, and you notice a certain green blob in the 3rd game. Cuz got double MVP. This was actually on the 3rd match day of the season, and that was the first Zac and the only one for the great majority of the first round robin. So that was the kind of star-making performance for Cuz, who looked a bit behind his teammates and has at fits and spurts. But Cuz is getting better. He's really cemented on Kha'Zix as his main jungler choice. But you best believe, if the Zac is open, he'll take it.
And we were talking up Tempt versus BDD. Yeah, as far as KDA is concerned, BDD is still well and truly destroying that statistic. Probably the highest in the league at the moment, Papa Smithy. I didn't actually look that one up, but it's pretty damn close.
I mean, if he doesn't calm down soon, he's never going to fit within our pentagon here.
I know.
Atlas, he needs to really fall in line.
Popsicle, like some strange, you know, you can get the popsicles that have like the other flavor on the inside. It's like BBQ with the other flavor on the inside.
It looks like it's like a prism with the sun behind it, and we're getting the shadow, and the shadow of BDD is all over everyone else.
Next Pink Floyd album confirmed, something like that.
So this is a stat I really like here. So OGN is highlighting the first turret rate. Predictably, for a winning team, Longzhu is 3rd in that, 16-2 in the stat. But look at what happens if they win mid or bot lane, specifically bot lane. 10 first turrets for Longzhu are in the bot lane. They have a 100% win rate. And you go, okay, but what does that mean? Well, if you remember, if you take bot lane turret first, you rotate around, your support is unlocked, and it means that Gorilla, in a meta with initiators like Thresh, Alistair, Rakan, gets to be unleashed on the map. And we remember the Rocks Tigers. Whenever Gorilla could pack up, leave bot lane, and make other lanes pay, he certainly would. He is one of the best supports in the world. And if Longzhu can do that twice in this series, they will win both games.
And it's not necessarily the best that he's one of the best supports in the world. Gorilla has this uncanny ability to know exactly where to be at all times if he is actually unleashed from that bottom lane.
And does he have the script, or does action just naturally happen around where he goes? It feels like it could be either of those.
Yeah.
Such is the precision of his movement. So super excited to see a meta where he's able to get out of lane and make plays. It's also a highlight every time we see this man. The OGN Legion was asking all of spring season, before you got here, Atlas, the question I got most, other than who was the other caster going to be, was where is BDD? No one knew where he was. He was in the squad. He wasn't playing. He was playing solo queue. On CJ, he had a great start. He petered out like a lot of players on that org. On Longzhu, he has been a superstar in the summer season. Can I equate him to other top mids? It doesn't feel like we really have enough data yet, but he has been so good, so consistently. He runs first place in so many different statistics. He is 6 points above I should say 4 points above the next highest KDA at score around 6.5 at 10.9. If he can stay over 10 KDA for a season, there are very few players who have ever done that, even if you're including the old champion stages where it was a lot shorter a tournament.
Yeah. And if you remember back as well, you can see that Oriana in the very first one. That was 6-0-5, 6-0-5, Oriana 2-0 victory over KT for his debut here in LCK Summer for 2017. So yeah, BDD certainly does mean business. Interesting death statistic there as well that you shared with me just earlier on as well, Papa Smithy.
He's played 29 games, died 29 times. He dies on average of once a game, which for a mid laner, often playing a front liner, that is very damn impressive. Highest KDA on the season in spring season was Bang at 6.5 of players who played the whole season. So if you can average over 10 in a season, that is outstanding.
Just ridiculous. Well, we'll see exactly what does happen as it is already going to be Kalista banned away as we hop into Champion Select. And BBQ taking away one of Ghost's key picks, so obviously thinking about something else for a first round.
Now, I have a little bit more optimism for BBQ as the meta is slightly shifting. There's a lot more protect the cog, more protect the hyper carry, and Ghost's hyper carry play out of meta has actually been really impressive. He had good Twitch games, he's had good Kalista games, Xayah games as well. It feels like if BBQ can load up and play Protect the Ghost, it actually gives them a better chance than the standard laning meta that defined the previous weeks. Now, we don't know for sure it's a hyper carry meta, but with more teams playing it, Rift Rivals, more teams playing it in the LCK, it does feel like if BBQ can play disengage around Ghost, that's actually a strategy that will get them more victories than before.
Well, now BBQ have to work out what their final ban is going to be. It's going to be the Galio. Okay, so banning that away on blue side, not wanting to first pick it, going for something like an Elise trade for something else. But if the Elise is understandably banned, where do they go straight away? Is it the Corki first pick here for Temp?
Now, Rek'Sai was a big pick for Bless. It's banned away. That was going to be my expectation of a first pick, but there's a lot of interesting contested picks to talk about, because when you see double ban of AD carry, and we mentioned already Ghost is preferring to jump on the hyper carries. We've seen Xayah ban, we've seen Xayah be high priority. So I was actually going to say it might be an AD carry, even a Kog'Maw as first pick, because we're starting to get to a point where with AD carries banned, and if you want to push out damage, the options are getting more limited.
Yeah, it does give up the Elise over to Kuz as well, who has had some good performances on the champion. Could be certainly a gambit that BBQ have thrown. Does mean that Longzhu do have to at least pick up the Elise, which is predictable. BBQ can plan out effectively, and Twitch being considered now for Prey.
Prey, of course, a legacy Twitch player, one of his famous picks. Could be seeing it in this game. I want to see Prey back on Kalista, but because the bans are basically permanent, and he'll take Twitch very early in the draft. Now, this does give BBQ a lot of optimism for lane pressure. Will they look for double laning champions, or maybe just take the Rakan to have Xayah, Rakan, and also have a strong engage in the late game? The pick you see from Bless is what I was expecting. When I looked at the most played and the most won champions, the highest win rate champions for BBQ, they were hyper carries on the side of Ghost, and then disengage, and in general, facilitators on the rest of BBQ. So apart from the Talia being the big pick for Tempt, they largely have won with picks like Gragas, with disengage comps like Katie Rolster was playing yesterday. So it might just be both teams strapping in and looking for a long game and having 3 item carries that can blow away the opposition.
Now BBQ have to be really careful, because they could take the gamble, leave the Corki available, but BDD can go towards that one first off here in the mid lane if you'd feel like it. Of course, the man has a champion Ocean. There are plenty of things that he can pick up. We'll see what they are going to go for here as Jax is taken away from Khan. So finally, a little bit of a look towards the top side of the map. Khan, who's been performing extraordinarily well on any sort of carry, but they're taking away the split push potential to start things off.
They want to try and streamline Longzhu's comp and force it to be a bit more one note, more about just protecting a Twitch rather than also having something like a Jax, especially when Khan has shown that Longzhu are a team that can win with Jax. We've seen a lot of teams draft Jax, but winning strategies around Jax has been a bit more difficult. Longzhu aren't going to ban the Talia. That's almost perma-banned against Tempt. There's not that many high-priority bans against BBQ, so getting Tempt off the champion that he made his name on the pentakill in spring season on the Talia. Well, could just be a Talia take by Longzhu as well, remember? It's a big pick for BDD as well. Or maybe they're just happy with, say, a Corki versus Talia matchup.
It's his most played in the season as well, Papa, so it's 7 games already on the Talia. It is going to be banned away, and it does mean that Corki makes a lot of sense here for BDD if they want to pick that one up. Unless they have a pick idea for Khan, something like a Camille, something like a Jarvan.
Could also just be an Orianna, right? Still
That's
could be
true.
an Orianna that's been a big pick for BDD as well and would fit with the same image of the Twitch comp. So maybe they'll just hold their horses. This is something that we see KT do quite a lot, is just draft Jace in the top lane. And there's really no lane counters to Jace. There's good matchups into Jace, but Jace will almost always have lane pressure. And they'll allow BDD to get the counter pick in mid lane. So looking for BBQ to lock in their solo lanes.
Yeah, I actually like the Orianna here as far as the composition is concerned. Would like to see the Corki out of Tempt, of course, just because he can be a highlight reel on that pick. But now with Orianna picked up, does mean that the Crocodile can be a decent ball delivery system and has, like you said, an okay lane matchup if you can clear out the waves pretty early on. Okay.
Blind,
Crazy's
well,
named
Riven into
correctly.
Jace is not the most terrible matchup, but Crazy isn't known for the carry pick, so even though we saw Yasuo yesterday, it seems like the science will be abated for today.
I know, I like how it was baited in so easily after we got Yasuo yesterday. There was Warwick on the map as well, as Syndra's going to make it all the way through, and BDD can grab that if he wants to. That's a heck of a lot of power to be given to the man.
He'll definitely consider his options. Does have a good laning matchup into the Orianna. Would allow them to play lane focus. They would have lane pressure in mid and top and in Elise jungle. So you can understand why he's gone the way of the Syndra. But if we get to the late game, BBQ's comp certainly does the one thing very well, which is set up around Xayah being hyper powerful. So Longzhu will have to, once again, do their best KT impression. Be strong in the early to mid game. We've seen them play these comps. Khan is undefeated on the top lane. Jace 5-0, his highest win rate and most played of the season. So Longzhu definitely have a draft that suits them. But the meta is getting better for BBQ, so I don't think they'll be the pushover that they have been in the last month or so.
Yeah, I don't think so either, Papa Smithy. And I think that, you know, this is a composition from Longzhu that isn't like what we saw from KT yesterday. That is, get behind the death, create the big bodies in the front line and just play front-to-back League of Legends. This is a comp that needs to get ahead, that needs to be strong, because there is no front line to protect the Twitch. If we get into the hyper late game, then the Renekton just slices and dices and has rat soup for dinner. Like, it's all too easy for them to get into that backline and disrupt.
And this is definitely the Optimus school of thought, where you say, okay, we have two winning lanes, just win the lanes hard enough for the Twitch to get his items, and then to rely on Prey's positioning, which very often is pretty perfect to get them through. So there's another school of thought. It's a riskier one. Will it work against SKT? Maybe. Will it work against BBQ? More likely there, but BBQ have a draft they can be happy about as well.
Yeah, most certainly. And I guess we do have the Braum for a tanky body there, potentially in the front line. Gorilla going to have his work cut out for him, but we'll see whether BBQ's standard composition is going to be able to come out on top as we hop into game number 1 of the day. Okay, BBQ fans out in force today, Papa Smithy. Longzhu, of course, with some decent representation, but it's understandable because they're a winning team. Just shows that there are fans of chicken here in the audience.
Definitely some Prey fans in the audience as well. I'm seeing some great cheerfuls that hopefully we'll see throughout the course of this series. We're focused on Longzhu. Going for the 5-man invade.
Oh, did it. First CS. That is infinitely more CS for Longzhu now. Already starting off incredibly well.
So the reason they're doing this to stop the hard leash from the Gragas and the bot side, Orianna's kind of AFK.
Tempt. Earth to Tempt, please.
How much do they want to invest in this?
Well, Cleanse does come out. Cheeky Shock Blast comes in as the Winter's Bite connects from Gorilla, but they did manage to get a Cleanse in trade for the Exhaust.
So what this does is it stops the double hard leash from being as much of a capper as there is one of Prey's great biting the lip moments. He was chosen as the center of the LCK, which I believe means almost the person most synonymous with the LCK, which somehow wasn't FLICKR, but I'll take it anyway.
Yeah.
Prey has been playing longer than FLICKR and was a star before FLICKR had even made his debut. But just to focus on what Longzhu got here, they want to try and halt the hard double camp. Also halt Gragas being top lane very fast, even before Elise can be. You know, Elise is actually starting top side. This is to relieve pressure off the Jace, who just wants to be in the face of the melee Renekton. And they believe that actually having the early information about the Gragas' pathing will allow Jace to overextend.
Yeah, and they're actually looking for the Winter's Bite on Ghost, I believe.
They're just running straight up to Prey.
Okay, just trying to start this one. Grand Entrance is not going to be able to do it, though, as now the stun comes out onto Ghost. Remember, they're tanking minions here as well. And Prey now untouched as they move forward. Gorilla is angry. The Winter's Bite isn't going to find it. Cuz and Bless meet each other here in the jungle, and we predicted the fact that this was going to start off pretty aggressively for Longzhu, and they've already began it that way, but BBQ are fighting back, especially on the bottom side.
BBQ have less options because Jace predictably has been able to push in with that extra information about Gragas. Now we're watching bot lane.
It's going to be the stun. Grand exit there for Totoro. And a Twitch winning lane, Papa Smithy. A scary prospect, but Ghost, of course, does want to scale as well. Cuz is going to steal away the blue buff.
But I just love that this was a multi-step plan, started at level 1. The trades go well, predictably, for Longzhu with the level 2 hit. They walked up as 5, got the ward they really wanted, and used Jace's ability to freely push in the top side to contest the enemy blue. So a multi-step plan, well orchestrated, well done, and they get a big advantage from it in stealing away the blue buff from Gragas.
Yep. And all of those plans that they did put in motion were, we are going to win our solo lanes and we're going to be able to shove those in, and predictably from Khan and BDD, it was all too easy to do exactly that. You can see it's a 4 CS advantage here for BDD in the mid lane, but it's where he's playing in reference to the river that you really need to look at, because there is nowhere that Tempt can go. He needs to farm under that tower.
I mean, Orianna early levels just doesn't have options, doesn't have the wave clear to be able to push and leave, has to respect an Elise whose information about the Elise's pathing is something BBQ doesn't have. There's so many unknown variables, the end result is the Tempt basically just has to take all this aggro, hang back, and unfortunately not be able to equalize the lane pressure that the other members of Longzhu are able to provide.
Yeah, and Bless as well has to deal with getting 3-buffed on the other side. We've got red going down for Cuz very easily, then heading over to his blue buff, and we'll take that one down. So 3-buff complete. You can see it's an Infernal Drake to start things off, so already high priorities. It's Khan and Crazy battling it out. It is still the push advantage for Khan, but health advantage for Crazy as he's been trading well.
Funny how Longzhu's comp really does set up around sieges very well, but doesn't have the safest auto attacker when it comes to AD carries at taking turrets. Does have Jace, Elise, Syndra, 3 ranged auto attackers to perhaps pick up the slack from Twitch, who's more waiting for the inevitable collapse and turn rather than turret damage, but still is a strong siege comp, which you don't normally associate with a Twitch.
Yeah, ranged wave clear as well is available, as Bless is finally going to realize that his back was cancelled by some Krugs. Cuz looking for this gank in the mid lane.
On a ward.
Yeah. Clems is available again as well, and Cuz is going to be backing outside of vision only just. It's very lucky. Okay.
All the pressure and jungle advantages really only lead to a 500 gold lead. So for now, at least, BBQ, they'll feel a bit humbled by Longzhu's level 1 plan, but apart from that, things are going just fine.
Oh, great entrance. Nice double knock up there as Prey's taking a fair bit of damage. Out goes Totoro now. There's going to be no stuns available. Prey takes a lot of damage.
This time Cuz is on the other side of the lane. This is where Tempt was playing around before. He's actually going to meet Bless.
Oh no, the face check of the Elise, and the level advantage there as well. Does have the repel as Bless tries to get himself out with the flash, but the flash is met by Cuz. Thankfully, he does have the mastery, but that's just not going to be enough, and the first blood goes to Cuz. Solo kill from the jungle.
Yeah, super well orchestrated. You'll notice that because Body Slam was still up, he flashed into the path of the Gragas to deny there being any Body Slam over a wall. Cuz is leveling up with more experience. He is the only true rookie on the side of Longzhu, and when he gets better with the supporting cast he has, that's a fearsome sight.
Well, speaking of fearsome, Khan going incredibly aggressive onto Crazy after he teleports back as Cuz just going to hop underneath the turret, repels to reset the aggro, and it is just looking so incredibly well prepared here by Longzhu that BBQ just don't look like they have any answers at all to what has been set up.
And we thought it was just a level 1 plan, but now it feels like it's a recipe.
Yeah.
Listen, a recipe for the destruction of the top side of BBQ. Crazy's flash there was certainly questionable, given that it was a targeted Q coming through in the spider form from the Elise. They grow that lead, and now Gragas doesn't want to enter the top side because of Jace's advantage. And Jace also, he's got a hell of a lot of swords.
Yeah, he does. That is the soldier build when you well and truly skip the shield, Papa Smithy. He's got some brown bag shoes. Otherwise, he ain't wearing anything but swords.
Shame, if he didn't have shoes, we could have talked about sword feet.
Well, maybe you need the boots, and it's like he's wearing skis.
It is a bit like
sword skis, and then he's got like 2 in his hand. I can see how.
We don't have a Talia to confuse that metaphor, so I'll take it.
Damn it, BBQ, why did you ban it? Okay, Longzhu just trying to farm out underneath this turret. A lot of harassment. Totoro actually showing some decent ability to start off some skirmishes on the bottom side, but unable to actually deny the Twitch any of the farm. While they're just trading evenly, still a matchup where BBQ would probably want to be a little bit further ahead because there hasn't been any pressure put on here. It's all been topside like you were talking about, Papa. Hasn't equaled too much as far as farm, but Cuz is very far ahead.
Yeah, no turrets have gone down. We had the statistics pre-game about if they take a mid lane or a bot lane turret first, Longzhu have a 100% win rate. That was with 14 games as a sample size. Gorilla would love to get his roaming shoes on and leave lane, but for now, Xayah and Rakan happy to have an extended laning phase.
Okay, Jace just going to be smacking the Crocodile around, but continues to play very far up. Vision is available, and this is what happens when the jungler is so far behind. Cuz just in full control of Bless. He's going to be moving up and may actually find a spider. Thankfully the ward goes down, so at least he knows that he shouldn't go anywhere near that blue buff.
He's level behind though. The Bless doesn't have the ultimate here to try to turn something. Orianna, Syndra has eyes on. Smite does go to Bless.
Nicely done. Cuz just going to back himself out of there. A little bit early on the Smite, as Bless was able to pick that one up without it.
BDD went for an item build that kind of telegraphed that he was going to try and get a gank in mid lane very fast and go for the Lost Chapter, just rush the Sorcerer's Shoes, but does mean that right now his mana pool isn't the highest. So if he's just on wave clear duty, then Orianna's happy. She's able to push him out of lane. Here's that gank we spoke about, though.
Yep, in goes Cuz. Oh, doesn't find the cocoon. Khan still goes aggressive. The Dominus has already been popped, remember. So this is really dangerous. There's the jump in as Khan gets booped back, and it's going to be a trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, but with Bless's time, would have been a solo kill for Khan. It was the solo kill, but well answered by Bless, who for once was able to actually play in the top side of the jungle after he put down a control ward to have a bit more vision there. Item build
available for Khan as well.
It is, and the item build is pretty offensive from the side of Crazy, so he probably needs Bless to play around this lane. He hasn't rushed to Ninja Tabi, which seems like a minimum standard against a Jace, and he's definitely had enough gold this game to pick up Ninja Tabi if he hadn't prioritized working towards the page.
Yeah, wants to get that Black Cleaver as quickly as he possibly can. Okay, we'll see whether that's actually going to help him, because it feels like Khan is in a great spot to just roll over this lane. The lifesteal already completed in the Bilgewater Cutlass. That aggression that he was demonstrating before, that is not something that stops, especially when it comes to Khan. Khan's looking for this free Infernal Drake.
Totoro's going to find him.
Yeah, he's going to at least spot him out. BDD's going to turn up here, though. So that is well and truly going over to Longzhu. Totoro making his way over. Temp's here as well. So there's the grand entrance. They will find the kill onto the spider. So that is the jungler in trade for the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, a bit greedy there. Gorilla wasn't in position to be able to answer because he was coming from base. End result is that they get an Infernal Drake for a kill. Given that the way the game was going, probably should have been a free Infernal with the fact that Longzhu had multiple players on that side. Will be another Infernal spawn as well. Bit of a feel-good moment for BBQ, but just a single pick. Otherwise, everything remains the same.
Yeah, Tempt has actually turned around this lane incredibly well. Gets a red buff for his troubles after that last kill and is ahead by quite a decent margin when it comes to the farm.
Yeah, BD just doesn't have a Lost Chapter still. He still is really kind of in an awkward spot in terms of itemization. Kaz just died, so no ability to threaten the all-in onto the Orianna. So always awkward where, especially in the early levels, you're struggling this lane.
All right. Oh, nice boop back there as the flash has to be expended to try and stop Khan. Bilgewater Cutlass comes in as he's trying to dodge out of the way of this one. Explosive Cast goes wide. Is now blessed. One more auto attack. No, the turret not going to find him. BBQ do get the kill, but that explosive cast was definitely a party. Didn't have flash, so couldn't have been predicting that.
Gank timing was smart. It was, as we said, with a phage rush on the Renekton, so it was suggesting a gank. There was no flash available on Jace. Used it for the solo kill earlier. The cast, like you say, was the party cast that Bless was not going for, but they're going to get some damage onto the top lane turret. Won't be able to take it down just yet, but they're getting a bit more parity in a lane that was looking like it would be Jace's playground earlier in the piece.
Yeah. We have a look at the mid lane. BDD has completed that Lost Chapter, so might give him an opportunity to try and claw back some of this farm. Tempt actually using this as an opportunity to roam out of the way. Gorilla taking a fair bit of damage, but the Orianna's going to move back past the warding, get him back towards the mid lane to pick up the minion wave. So not going to find too much more Khan's made it back towards the top side, and we do, like you said, have a bit of parity here on the map, and a little bit more calm for the next inevitable storm.
Yeah, the storm is coming, but what looked like it was going to be a one-way storm by Longzhu after their smart level 1 has been slowed down by BBQ, who still are very confident in their late-game options with the Protect the Xayah comp that's going to come online much later than Longzhu, who have more options at 1 and 2 items than BBQ do. Kaz is back top lane, once again going to be spotted in a ward.
There's a Gragas down here as well, as Crazy does get the stun in. Disguise doesn't find too much, as there's the Unleashed Power. Okay, Temp moves out of the way of the last Q. BDD just asserting some dominance here in the mid lane.
I wonder if it'll just be the rush on the Banshee Veil, because Temp does already have a lot of items on the way to that. Trying to get first brick in the top lane for Longzhu. Not their normal spot, but you take any advantage you can, and yep, here it will be.
Yeah, and that is going to be solo gold for Khan as well. 1-2-1 for both of these top laners, but now Khan with that extra 700 or so in his back pocket after clearing the wave and getting the turret. His next back should be Blade of the Ruin King pretty quickly. The map is now open.
But is it a bit too much to play around the third spawn of the blue? Remember, they've stolen blue twice already in the top side. Orianna could walk over if she chose. For now, it seems like Temp's not going to react.
BDD, of course, pretty equipped as far as making sure they get the secure. As Gus almost stole that one away.
Worried about the patience running out, so I guess they were just going for a bit of a crapshoot there. Still goes to the priority member in BDD.
May have already had a blue buff that they took for themselves. Of course, timers are a little bit staggered. Okay, Totoro, through his opportunity to get himself in there, still has that grand entrance, but see the Contaminate really starting to stack up for Prey.
There's better laning itemization in the Bilgewater Cutlass, has lifesteal, which isn't available to the same degree on the side of Ghost, and now Ghost and Totoro are both chunked out. Bless is here.
Yeah, Bless gets himself in there. There's the cast that comes down. Ghost in trouble. Prey just goes invisible. Huge knock-up with the Glacial Fissure, as there's another fight happening in the mid lane, and Prey is going to be absolutely fine. Utilize that ultimate, but Bless just not going to find anyone.
Yeah, Gorilla held onto the Glacial Fissure to the exact perfect time, because the whole time during that was just taking down the Rift Herald. BBQ wanted to at least get a kill and some pressure in the bot lane to answer the free Rift Herald. Weren't able to do that. Great 2v2 laning by Prey and Gorilla. Means they don't give up a kill to BBQ.
Yeah, very nicely done. BDD continuing to put pressure on here in the mid lane. No worries there at all. Still behind by about 20, but that lead has not changed. And no Essence Reaver. That buy feels super bad from Ghost. The Blade of the Ruin King is done very cleanly there for Prey on their back. So this advantage that Longzhu have as far as itemization that you alluded to before, Papa Smithy, is only going to be more pronounced. Because Essence Reaver doesn't even feel like a great first buy item anyway.
Yeah, I always talk about it as a building block. Feels great when your Zeal item is complete, but when you finish it, it's a lot of gold with not a lot of immediate return. The mana regen doesn't mean that much either, especially in the early parts of the game. Awkward that BBQ, got that gank off, got a decent health bar trade, but couldn't even get a preferential back timer because Prey and Gorilla were healthy enough to stay involved. They are back and freshly shopped now. They spot Cuz, and they try to set up. Infernal Drake will be the second spawn after the first Infernal Drake, so going to be a lot of bot lane priority for the next 3 minutes or so.
Gorilla getting turned on here by Totoro. This Cuz being discovered by Bless. Massive burst damage comes out. Flash has to be expended. No Cocoon is going to land, so Bless does have to make his way out. 2 seconds now on that Dragon like you were talking about before.
Very defensive TP from Cuz when he saw the all-in on the Gragas. Now Gorilla's all alone.
Yeah, Prey actually throws out the ultimate. 4 members here stacked on top. Spray and Pray is working out. Tempt comes in. Nice 2-man Shockwave. Immediate dispatching of the bottom lane of Longzhu, and that is going to continue. It's the poison that grabs the kill onto Bless on the way out, but now Tempt's in trouble. In goes Totoro, tries to lock down BDD, who's still very, very low, but there's Longzhu's turnaround, and Crazy, he should just get kited. BBQ in so much trouble. Oh no, the Spider is going to fall, but it's the double kill for Khan. And the 2 solo lane powerhouses for Longzhu are the only ones left standing.
Yeah, not often the Jace teleports in first and they win a team fight, but it took so long for Renekton to get there that even after the instant double kill on Prey and Gorilla, Longzhu win out. We're going to see the replay here. Big mistake from Renekton at the end. We'll focus on that when we get to it. Remember, Gorilla and Prey had to use all their summoners earlier on the all-in. They feel like they're baiting, but it is a 4-man formation from BBQ. Very nice flash. Ultimate means that goodbye, bot lane. But here comes high health members. Khan has been able to buy a lot of items early after his advantages. They flash and they go aggressive. They don't respect the Renekton either. Able to pick up all the exit kills, and then Crazy stacks it into the wall on his slice. Wasn't able to get the slice onto BDD. Would have been at least 2 kills there, you'd imagine, for the Renekton, but after the mistake, we're already back at Dragon.
Yeah, Cuz is going to be able to take away the second one. Great entrance is going to lock down the Spider, who does end up repelling in time. Featherstorm comes in, Khan trying to get himself out of the way as Cuz is going to be okay. 3-man Shockwave now for Tempt as the Spray and Pray is once again up, and Prey is still alive, but Cuz no help at all. BDD only just turning up, and that is 2 picks. The bottom lane once again dead in trade for that Dragon.
Yeah, Longzhu just getting a bit too frisky after getting the objectives they're looking for. BDD wasn't at the fight, so it wasn't one they wanted to take. Second Shockwave that's ripped through multiple priority members of Longzhu. They need to be more on the ball in respecting the Orianna. I know that's on the nose, but they really do need to focus on the Orianna.
Yes. You mentioned that Tempt has been one of the players that's been playing very, very well as the grand entrance. They're looking for the dive, but Unleashed Power's going to deal with Bless. They trade 1 for 1 and give up a bit of an opportunity to get more damage on this turret. Okay, Bless once again going to be dead. 1, 3, and 4, so has been contributing a lot to the kills BBQ have picked up. And as all the dust settles, it's 9-9 as far as that kill score, but BBQ need to start taking down some structures.
And do note that Longzhu's forced to put down the Rift Herald very suboptimally because it was about to time out after they'd mismanaged a couple of engages in a row. It means they get no value out of the Rift Herald. In this case, not even a single charge onto the outer mid lane turret. This was kind of what they'd put together and anointed as their way to break the outer mid lane turret and stop Orianna having safe places to farm. But when they walked up in a couple of different fights in a row, they lost their chance to actually put down wards and play around the Rift Herald, and it ends up giving them nothing.
Yeah. Thankfully, at least does buy them time where their turret isn't getting attacked or something like that. Probably wasn't going to go down anyway, so you're exactly right. Cuz just running out, needs to make sure he uses it at least somewhere.
As you say, it at least buys time, but that's certainly not what you're looking for. The minimum standard is the mid lane outer turret.
Yeah.
Anything worse than that, you feel bad, and in this case, not even getting turret damage at all was a problem.
Okay, no more Banshee's Veil for Tempt. 4 members of Longzhu here to try and find him.
A lot of cooldowns to respect as well.
And Prey's going to turn up. There are going to be 3 people here in the mid lane, and they are going to respect that. Now taking a bit of damage as Khan throws in the Shock Blast. Accelerated, of course.
No lethality in the build. Even after lethality reworks, it's going to be the Black Cleaver. Play the Ruin King is the favored choice from Khan. Helps you in the 1v1 against Renekton pretty considerably.
Ha, Ghost. And Prey just walk by each other. Prey
Sure.
decided not to go aggressive.
Not sure Ghost wanted the 1v1 against Prey there, but was at least looking for it.
Yeah. Maybe just didn't even know he was there. He was in ambush for quite a while.
Spotted enough control ward as he walked up, so he had at least some advanced notifications. Cuz
Looking aggressive is crazy, but Cuz just wanders away. Khan does the same thing. Now the Crocodile might be in the wrong place. There is a lot of vision available, so long as you know exactly where he's going. As BDD has the wave clear. Prey just sitting on the top side of the map, clearing things out, moving towards this inner turret. And it feels like there just aren't enough team members on the side of BBQ to deal with the pressure that Longzhu are able to exert with their minion wave control, even if the Twitch does not want to overextend too far, because that's the dark side of the map over there.
crazy, and Khan having a 1v1 here, though not for long.
Yeah, Bless is going to make it a little bit of an unfair one. Oh my goodness, he managed to juke it.
He actually managed to flash, like you say.
That was brilliant. Into the brush, walks himself around, and they had no idea where he went.
Usually the solo queue special, but gets away with it, and they get the mid lane turret as well.
Ah, so cool. Khan always manages to find highlight clips in every single game, and then finds one in a 1v2 where he should have definitely been dead as Prey. He's going to turn up. Ghost is going to stun him out, though. There's the Shockwave, but only on Gorilla this time. Thankfully, the flash was there for Prey. Longzhu get themselves out with their lives. Ghost, no summoners either. The heal still there for Prey.
Yeah, this time it feels like Ghost was equally surprised to find Prey in recall, as he had done the old trick of recalling during the animation of ambush, getting out invisible. This case was caught, everyone backs away. Summoners down on both Ghost and Prey, only heal for Prey available. In amongst all the commotion, Crazy will take down the bot lane turret though and start to, once again, narrow this gold lead. BBQ getting close to 2 items on Xayah, getting closer and closer to their comp coming online.
Yeah, staying in touching distance of Longzhu as well, because I feel like if it is sub 5,000 gold the lead or something like that when we hit the 30-40 minute mark here for BBQ, when 3 items start to be picked up, it's when the composition for BBQ will really start to get themselves ahead. Whether they can execute is still another question against Longzhu Gaming, who have some incredible players in their own right. BBQ have not been the team to find advantages and capitalize, but this could be the turnaround for them. This has got to be the start if they want to get out of the bottom 3. Taking down teams like Longzhu is definitely something that they have to do.
And it's definitely the more straightforward identity, right? They're just happy to team fight at 3 items rather than Longzhu, who still will have options in playing side lanes. But in a true 5v5, BBQ should have more going on their side with strong hard engage and also the Orianna to both combo the Wombo and be able to peel for the Xayah. Because they have a lot of good options, but now is still the point where Longzhu is more immediately strong. They already have 2 Infernal Drakes as well. So this is the part where their 2 items just outclass anything BBQ can do.
Yeah. Ocean Drake is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. And BDD's delivered a blue buff. Does have his Leandri's Torment already completed, but it's 2 items on top of Tempt as well, who's sitting on 6 stacks of his Dark Seal at the same time. Double the stacks of BDD, if you must know. Gone too badly. You mentioned Zeal item for Ghost needed to be completed before that. Essence Reaper feels better, and thankfully that one is now done. But Infinity Edge is where you really start to see the power of the Xayah come out.
Still can do a lot with the 2 items against the comp he's facing. There is pretty low armor values, only Cuz has a chain vest, and it will require the Unbreakable to be very much on point to not also get chunked out in these team fights.
Speaking of chunked, Les taking a fair bit of damage just before this dragon comes up is a danger. Now BBQ looking to try and capitalize. Take down this turret, will do so. 3rd dragon comes in. The tower falls down. Khan gets himself into position, but that was not the flash you were looking for. Amazing double stun comes out as Bless is punished for his poor movement, and now Prey set up in the ambush. Totoro is going to get stunned. The concussive blows all too easily capitalized on, and there's the kill under Crazy. Khan grabs both of them. As now BBQ moving up towards this Baron pit, but I have a feeling that that's exactly where Longzhu want to be going.
Yeah, BBQ's first thought was the right one, but the next one, Atlas, it let them down. Bless overstepping his bounds. Crazy also dies. No jungler means they're going to at least start the Baron, but they're squishy.
Yep, Shockwave is not going to be able to find the mark though as Tempt. He's probably going to go down. Khan picks up his 3rd one of this prolonged fight. Now BDD finds the double stun. Oh my goodness, bottom lane of BBQ managing to get out by the skin of their teeth. They'll lose a Baron, but not their lives.
BD has pretty big spheres, Atlas. Happy to flash in, look for the kills. Doesn't get either of them. But they're able to disengage, take the Baron very easily. They may lose a turret, but it's not going to be a big factor. Watch this. BBQ made the right move to go forward, although Bless really misshoots. His body slam takes far too many turret shots. He dies first, and then everyone turns on the Renekton.
Yeah, Crazy just finds himself in no man's land once again. Prey pressures everybody else out. Concussive blows makes it all too easy just to focus down the one target. And yeah, you're right. Pretty big spheres indeed, Papa Smithy. Khan is massive right now. 6, 2, and 3 on the Jace. As his 3 items, Ghostblade was the 3rd one. Feels a little bit like a luxury item.
I mean,
my read
on it's kind of the I want to finish the game soon. You buy lethality right now. The value on it is pretty high. You're already level 16. He's looking to end the game before we even see the Infinity Edge completed onto Ghost. It's probably the most power he can buy in the short term for the gold he had, and with where the game is at, I think that's just fine.
Yeah, Khan now with 40% CDR just from his build alone. The Baron buff now to be shoved down these minion waves. You can see Crazy's just trying to deal with them, but the bottom lane of Longzhu already in position, and they have this bottom side vision available to them as well. Gorilla setting things up nicely for Longzhu to start their roam through this side of the jungle to try and take down these 2 inner turrets that should be pretty free if they can do it right.
And a lot of mid laners, including Crown, are going this build onto the Syndra. Has a lot of magic penetration in it, but honestly, The reason why you go the Leandri's Void Staff after Merlin and Nomicon is to just basically be agnostic about who you kill. You're happy to take the closest target. If you're just being able to peel away Crazy or Bless by doing over 50% of their health in one rotation, it gives more space for Prey to open up. So it's not the build that does the most damage to the squishies, but it's certainly the build that does the most damage if you're just able to choose the closest target.
Yeah, and don't worry, it still does a lot of damage to squishies.
Yeah. They don't die instantly, but they might as well be out of a fight, so it's kind of the same as dying.
Yeah, as far as the Unleashed Power is concerned, maybe it's like the 5th ball that kills them as opposed to the 3rd one if you go straight for a Luke's Echo or something. Sorry, yes, spheres.
Orianna has the ball, get it right.
I thought Orianna had the ball and BDD had the balls.
No, yeah, the spheres.
Sorry, Syndra had the balls. Too used to just talking about BDD's playstyle.
I'm getting confused now.
I am very, very confused. Prey and Gorilla are going to be able to take down this inner turret, though. Predictably, like we were talking about before, and it looks like they're going to try and take the maximum, but BDD out of position. They use everything on him. He's alive for a long time as Totoro takes a lot of damage in response. Just the Unleashed Power thrown out pretty blind, but Prey still will continue to shove things out, and Khan's doing work on the top side. Probably happy to sacrifice one to try and get everything on the rest of the map.
And honestly, the thing that they're happiest about is that Totoro used everything to make it happen, including the flash, and now in the next team fight, Prey will be safe, even with only there being a single backliner, in this case the Braum, to help them out. So it's never ideal to give up Syndra. It does mean they won't have as much lane pressure in the side lanes. They'll have to back away and be a bit more respectful. But as you can see, they're still happy to walk up.
Yep, Prey well and truly frontline as well. They know that the Shockwave is not available, so wasn't going to be caught out of position, and does have his flashback up as well. So watch Prey in the next couple of fights. This guy will be able to get a lot of work done. We'll see which item he goes for as item number 3, whether he completes the QSS. No, he doesn't. It's going to be the Infinity Edge as item number 3, and then Mercurial Scimitar comes in after that.
Longzhu very much in the driver's seat here. They haven't broken the base, inching closer and closer. Their siege comp with the Twitch is good, but not ideal. The rest of the members of Longzhu help them out far more in that area. So we'll see what the next objective is. Right now, they have to set up the vision. They have to actually play around a certain part. They don't already have vision placed. It's all been cleared out. So it's kind of on Longzhu to really lead themselves to their next big objective.
Yeah, Khan set up with the split push on the bottom side of the map. That Baron is going to be spawning about 3 minutes time, something like that. It's at that point that the 2-minute timer just pops up on the screen, and I'm just proven wrong instantly, but it doesn't happen, thankfully. Crazy is actually going to be backing here, flanking members of Longzhu, getting themselves through the river. You know that the state of the game is feeling pretty good for Longzhu when Prey is comfortably shoving things up past the outer turret on the top side of the map by himself.
And BBQ can afford to be a little bit more lax in the pressure game on the top side with Baron despawned. So they're able to not have to face check a Braum or someone and potentially give up their lives. Crazy finally hits level 16, trying to close the 2-level gap that's been opened up between him and Khan for the majority of the game.
Yeah, Khan actually looking to try and get towards the top side of the map, go 1v2 against Ghost and Totoro, but that does mean that this Cloud Drake spawning in 4 seconds will go directly over to Longzhu. Decent ward is going to spot out exactly what they're trying to do, so Khan might, if he goes aggressive, be turned on. Ghost finds himself the only man standing.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Yeah, the gap is well and truly closed here as Khan is just going to shoot Ghost to death. That is the fadeaway jump shot. Is now going to have to kick him back here. Finds at least one of the kills, and now Bless is going to turn up. So Khan, lifesteal's not enough, as Totoro is the one that comes in and grabs the kill.
Yeah, but he's going to think, bring more bad guys. They had to send 4 people top just to kill a Jace. They lose the Drake. We see Longzhu push in. They want to break the base, and that's all during the time that BBQ killed Khan.
Yeah, one of those baddies that they sent up top was also sent up there to die as well, Papa Smithy. So Ghost, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 favor of Longzhu. 4 dragons now as that was going on. Next is going to be the Elder Drake, and if Longzhu get that, that will be utterly terrifying. But I have a feeling this game shouldn't last that long. Next Baron in a minute. Bless possibly overextended. In they go. Prey throws down the Blade of the Ruined King, so the slow is real under Bless, but despite the lack of inner turret, they're still just going to walk themselves past, continue to suffocate the vision around this Baron, and not overextend.
Really cute how Gorilla let Prey lead and then just jumped on, wasn't able to hit the Q. The Wind Spite hit, and they would have definitely been able to pick up the kill, but forced a flash out of Bless. Another situation where you're going to have not both tools available. If you have Flash Cask and also Flash Quickness available, it's actually very hard for a Twitch to position or even choose the right spot to open up. But now one of them is on cooldown. Bit more optimism from Prey's side to actually survive a fight.
Yeah. Now some stall necessary for BBQ if they want that one be-all and end-all fight. But currently they're 10,000 gold behind. The number that I came up with was about 5,000, where they're going to be feeling okay around this mark of the game, but starting to get out of their hands. Still, of course, not over yet. Base not broken. But this Baron that has just spawned is now going to be well and truly owned by Longzhu.
Base might not be broken, but Longzhu do have a massive backup win condition in Elder Dragon. Even if BBQ feels strong enough to walk up to the Baron and contest Vision, when it's a 4-stack Elder Dragon spawning in just a few minutes' time, it's very hard for BBQ to not be run very thin across the map trying to contest objectives. So, yes, the gold standard for a comp like this is breaking the base pre-30 minutes, but getting 4 Drakes, that's pretty good too.
Yep, definitely feels okay. Now they are positioning themselves. This tower will fall down if Crazy decides to vacate the area. Longzhu have started up the Baron, not wasting any time at all. There's the back off from Khan as he heads back towards this bottom lane, and the Baron is going to go down. They're looking to try and grab their cake and eat it too. As Crazy forced to head back and defend his inhibitor turret, and there's no fight available from BBQ, so a well and truly free Baron goes over to Longzhu.
Khan has to pull away, but you're right. The Baron is free. No way for them to walk up. They have to respect the Syndra or the Braum, ruining their day. Longzhu must break the base on this Baron buff. If they can't do that, then the optimism starts to go for BBQ. But it looks pretty unlikely.
Yep. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky from Prey. He's not going to get collapsed on here by BBQ. They just can't get the right angle for any sort of flank to get on top of the little Ratman, especially when he has his flash available. Bless. Over half the cooldown now done on that flash that we were waiting for. But you can see Longzhu just positioning themselves around the top side of the map. There is pressure on all of the other all the other lanes as well. BBQ cannot be everywhere at once.
And without a true siege AD carry, they just abuse the fact that they have 4 ranged auto attackers by pushing in 3 minion waves, getting little hits, 1 shot, 2 shot. If you can draw enough people mid lane, Jace with his W, we know how the hyperdrive will just completely obliterate a turret. So Longzhu just playing on the edge, and BBQ, they need to go for that crying engage very soon.
Whoa, okay, that's a lot of damage on attempt.
He used his ultimate,
has been used, yeah, exactly. So Spray and Pray comes out. BDD going to flash out of the way of the grand entrance as the stun comes down onto Ghost. He takes a lot of damage, but it's the towers that are the focus. Inhibitor falls down as well as Ghost. Oh my god, he's so close to dead. Shock Blast is going to be in there from Khan relatively soon, so Ghost has to get out of the way. Featherstorm is still there, so he wasn't at risk of dying, but they're at risk of losing their entire base off this.
And that was just Twitch opening up with his ultimate, drawing multiple people. Khan takes the bot lane inhibitor turret. The base is in tatters. They might just get 3 inhibitors all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and Karma's just sitting in the base. Now Totoro taking so much damage from each auto from this Jace. Even Crazy takes a lot. That's going to be the last remaining inhibitor falling down, and you can see Prey waiting to try and take down Ghost. Featherstorm has been baited out very effectively by the Twitch. And just not a lot of buttons remaining here from BBQ as their base has been eradicated.
Yeah, the redemption comes through to allow them to fight, but Longzhu says, well, we got everything we wanted. They can leave with 3 inhibitors, Elder Dragon spawning in a minute. It's very difficult to pull off these comps. Around the world, you don't see a lot of Jace anymore. KT Rolster and Longzhu seem to be the 2 teams that are really happy to draft super for the early game. Not even fighters in the top lane, true carries in the top lane. But if you can be as smart as they were at level 1, grow a lead, ensure that Bless could never hold down the Jace, while also being meticulous in your Dragon setups, being smart in your Baron setups, there's very little BBQ can do in this game. And we talked about scaling. Longzhu weren't interested in 5v5 fighting, and even now, 15,000 gold ahead, they probably don't even need to force a fight. They're taking everything without it as well. Prey wants to kill.
Yep, Ghost should actually die here as the Contaminate is going to be enough to take him down. There it is, the Poison Swap finishing him off, and that Lovers duo are going to die already. Prey just moving himself towards the side here to find BBQ. Cuz doesn't get the Flash Cocoon, but that Shock Blast almost finishes off Tempt as they're relegated to their fountain once again. It is going to be the Nexus turrets falling down in quick succession, and Longzhu Gaming, after some incredible control in the early game, gave it up a little bit towards the mid, but this was a finish for the ages. they rip through BBQ's base and end the game.
And Longzhu Gaming have played 11 series. They are 8-3 in 20 games played over the course. 18 games played over the course of spring season. They finished with 8 match wins. With 6 matches left after this game, they may better that number, hit 9, and really do look like a top 3 team. Clean play from them, on point. Reminds me of FLICKR Freaks in Game 1 yesterday. And given the reputation of a FLICKR in Game 1, that is certainly a compliment over to the side of Longzhu. BBQ will probably try to keep investing in Ghost, but a game like this, when you have all the lane focus from Longzhu and also a smart level 1 plan, it didn't matter when the 3 items came online because the game was lost around the Xayah.
Yeah, and it's all a little bit unfortunate. Ghost didn't quite find any of the even setups for these fights at the same time. It's like you talk about items and waiting for the right moment to fight, but they were not able to actually set up for any of the right positions to fight around the Xayah either. Felt like Ghost just was desperate for some more range on the pick. And Longzhu was more a composition where you shock blast the hell out of them, you get some long range stuns and pick off targets. It was the spray and pray utilized just to try and get them away from turrets, things like that. It's not your standard composition around a Twitch.
Longzhu are not your standard team. Khan is now 6-0 on top lane Jace when nobody upon nobody has played 6 games of top lane Jace in the world. They're confident in these players playing lane focus, in taking advantages, and when you play as good as Khan does on the Jace, you start to become a believer.
Yeah, that solo kill on the top side of the map, his incredible ability to fake out crazy on the bottom side, gets them a free Baron, and then he's able to just keep putting the pressure on and take the inhibitor turret down as well. It's just intelligent play out of a split-pushing Jace, which is something you don't expect. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go to a quick break. When we get back, game number 2 between BBQ and Longzhu.
as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. Let's have a look at the Crazy Khan damage graph, shall we, Papa Smithy? Because he did a heck of a lot of work in that last game.
Almost 1,000 damage a minute, 34,000 in a 36-minute game. Khan on Jace is unparalleled. I feel like he is easily the best Jace player in our league and potentially in the world. 6-0 now after that victory. Good performances around him, but it was the pressure that Jace caused and also the level 1 plan to allow him to apply pressure safely that really allowed Khan to really be the star.
Yeah, and he's going to pick up the MVP relatively obviously as well. 8, 3, and 4. The man was doing all sorts of work. That's only 500 points though for this guy. We need to get some more MVP points. There's too many star players on Longzhu.
Definitely leveling up as the season goes on. He started well as well. Crazy to think this guy came off the bench in China to now be a core member on a team like Longzhu, who are right up there. They're looking closer and closer to getting that 9-match wins. They're just a single game away from doing that. Their turns were smart. Their collapses were good. This time was where Renekton was woefully out of position as the rest of the team was cleaned up. Maybe we'll even get a replay. That cheeky flash he did, Atlas.
Yeah, that was very cheeky. Hopefully we have the vision toggle as well to see him just disappear. It was a little unfortunate the Cuz fell down there, but it's just making for the double kill.
Oh, bless.
Oh no, that is not what we wanted to replay.
It's the one time he really tried to make a big initiation. Had some nice pathing around topside to gank the Khan a couple of times earlier. They all fell away in that spot. They lost 2 kills, they lost the Baron. And from there, the game was pretty academic for Longzhu.
Yeah, 2 of those picks, and it was Khan that was able to pick up most of that money.
This was the 1v4. Started off as a 1v1, which predictably Khan was always going to win, but felt like there could never just be one, and yes, we will see it. Here we go. Wait for the flash here. Flashes into his control ward. Bless tries to predict the flash over the wall, didn't find it. Crazy sees the control ward that caused the frustration earlier.
Yeah, this is with the vision toggle as well, and disappears.
He's so cheeky.
So cheeky.
He was ready for that. Ready
he,
for that camera cut right there.
He definitely was. And we were lucky enough to see some of the Khan video footage as well from the Longzhu house.
Yeah, there's a
He's
great
a funny guy.
There's a great video on the OGN YouTube. Eye contact, he calls it.
Eye contact, that's it.
But yeah, he's definitely one of those larrikins. He's got a big personality, likes to have a bit of fun, and you know that styling on a match like this, winning MVP, it's all coming together today for Khan.
Yeah, and it's just amazing that he's found himself out of the woodwork. I know we talk about it all the time, but just sitting over in China, sitting on an LSPL team, and then all of a sudden erupts into the LCK. Speaking of which, we are going to get into Champ Select for game number 2 is Longzhu. Now the team with the blue side, a little bit more flexibility with these bans, but has been red side finding a lot more success over recent weeks.
Yeah, it was actually a rec side ban on red side for Longzhu. They will ban it on blue. Seems like Kaz doesn't want to play it. Much more of the Kazakhs when it comes to the extended bench of junglers. The big goal for BBQ on blue side, where you can kind of trend set in terms of bans in game 1, was try and take away the must-ban 80 carries, but things like Longzhu will also respond in kind, as they will also ban away the Kalista on blue side.
Yeah, getting rid of that. BBQ now with a little bit more flexibility, as Longzhu have banned away some pretty high-priority champions. Zac, of course, still has to go, and we're looking at things like Galio take the next spot. It was Ashe that was banned by BBQ, and we could actually just have exactly the same bans if they banned Galio Ashe here.
Yeah, I wonder if Longzhu want to play Galio. Galio's been a little bit deprioritized in recent days after the 713 nerfs. They'll ban away Cassiopeia, who does well into Corki, and it was also a pick into the Galio that you mentioned. So kind of interesting mind games banning the Cassiopeia on blue side.
Might be that Corki pick that BDD could be looking for. Of course, overlooked in the last game.
If it comes to an answering a Corki pick, he's a big fan of taking the Lucian into Corki that we saw earlier this week as well from BDD. So has a lot of options whatever happens, but the Cassiopeia ban on blue is a bit fishy.
Yeah, Gragas now takes the highest priority spot as far as junglers are concerned, given the sort of slip away of the Lee Sin. Especially for Cousin Bless, maybe not for some of our other Lee Sin players.
It's a bit of a reliability question mark, the Lee Sin. Sure, he can pull off great things, but this feels more simple to play Gragas. You have more options. You don't have to hit your one skill shot. You can be fine with just hitting the body slam for engage, so people have been favoring Gragas like you mentioned. BBQ, still a big fan of the Xayah. Could take Rakan here now if they want it.
Yeah, if they really want that combination. Wasn't necessarily a winning choice, and it can just be Longzhu picking up the Twitch Braum again this next round, but Bless is going to take away that jungle pick before the Rakan is considered.
Theory here is that they want to take a jungler while they can, and in the next round maybe they'll just take something like the Corki or Taliyah and ban away champions against it in the second round of bans. So it feels like the priority spot of the final pick in the first round on red side can also be used to set up an advantage, but speaking of advantages, doesn't even need to go to Twitch, because as long as you can display their standard Ashe game, they pretty much take it whenever it's up.
Yeah. Prey can just turn his brain off and go autopilot Ashe. I feel like Prey doesn't even need to think playing Ashe now.
Yeah, I asked Gorilla about if they have any special stuff, and he's like, no, we just play Ashe every game at scrims. And I'm like, well, maybe you should consider other stuff. It gets banned quite a bit. As, well, they're just going with the best stuff, Atlas.
Yeah, that is, that's already a lot of damage stuff happening out of Longzhu Gaming's side. Does mean that the support pool will possibly get pinched a little bit by BBQ, as they are going to take the Rakan, keep their solo lanes as a bit more of a surprise, but gives Longzhu a couple of bans to try and strip them of options. Don't know why that sentence was so difficult to say. First ban still yet to come from BBQ, taking some time considering what they want to do.
They want to get Taliyah. You know, Taliyah or Corki, I think, is what they want as first pick, so I imagine Longzhu may just ban both of those.
Yeah.
That's an option you can have. You're just looking for solo lanes from BBQ, and it's not like Crazy's champion pull into the Shen, into the Jace really causes any issue. You could just ban the Shen, I mentioned on accident there, because it does do quite well against Jace over time, but Longzhu have been confident in just pushing lanes and getting pressure early. They're just choosing to largely just go for that mid lane champion pull.
Interestingly, Galio makes it through the first round, so those nerfs are certainly working out as far as freeing Galio from his first round of banned prison.
It feels like mid lane is just a little bit more tough for him because he can't push and roam as reliably. Even just a little bit of damage lowering to ensure that he doesn't clear the back line as safely or as with his tanky and itemization means he has to change his itemization. Means they may not be in position to first roam with the hero's entrance. So end result, as you say, is that slight deprioritization on the Galio.
The thing I'm really scared about now is the Braum has been banned away, and Longzhu have the option of going for an Ashe Zyra comp towards the bottom side of the map, meaning that this Zyra Khan will not have the lane presence to deal with what Longzhu can throw out down there, and might mean that Longzhu play bottom side League of Legends this time around, really mix up where their focus was, because last game it was all about the top side of the map, getting them ahead. This could be a different opportunity.
Notice they don't ban either Taliyah or Corki. Another option is to ban neither and go for what is a bit of a skill matchup between the two. Now, you lock in Taliyah, and that doesn't mean that BDD couldn't just lock in Kassadin or Zed. They could get a bit frisky in the mid lane as well, or they could just take the Corki vs Taliyah matchup that we saw ad nauseum at Rift Rivals, was the standard mid lane matchup.
Yeah. Tom Kench available for Gorilla as well, which needs to be mentioned. Abyssal Voyage to get around that map as BDD thinking about an old favorite in the Orianna. He's going to lock that one away. So a bit of a more magey matchup in the mid lane.
That's some great ball carriers, and you see a lock-in. That's actually going to be Kennen. I think it's going to be Kennen's support.
Yep. Not very many other places where he's going to go, unless it was going to be a return of the Jace support, the Martyr special. As Totoro's thinking about a Yasuo for crazy. Happened yesterday. It's not as crazy as you might think. Does deny Ashe arrows quite nicely.
We don't want to take it into Jace. Not a fantastic matchup. You can play it, but it's not that reliable. Camille would be the more standard choice, and they will go for the Camille into Jace. Early levels will be a bit raspy, but Gorilla jumping in an old favorite. He's played support Kennen in the past. Gives them another initiator. And now when it comes to ball carriers, any of the setup CC hits, the shockwave is almost guaranteed. If you give BDD a farm lane and 3 items, people gonna die.
Yeah. And the Slicing Maelstrom is now so much better at getting those stuns off after the end of the duration, and you don't want to be focusing the support Kennen. You kill him, there's all of the carries still left alive on the side of Longzhu Gaming, so Gorilla may have some opportunities to really stun some people out of this one. Tempt, certainly on a champion that he's very comfortable on. Bless can make things happen in the early game, and with that Camille lock-in, Crazy does have a lot of split push potential towards the top side of the map, and trying his hand at a different matchup into the Jace of Khan this time around. But Longzhu, this looks like an even better draft than game number 1. At least on paper, Papa Smithy.
Definitely got some other good things about it. Khan does better in the laning phase against the Camille than he did against the Renekton on paper, but you have to feel like Bless is going to try to be the answering factor in the top side, and he can be relentlessly ganked when the Hextech ultimatum is up. BDD on the Orianna that was denied away from him in the previous game. Prey is on Ashe, so watch for the Ashe arrows, and Gorilla brings back his 2015 special. It's support Kennen, not even with a Kalista, just straight up Kennen.
Yep, just Kennen. I thought we might see him with the resurgence of Kalista. You don't even need it. Gorilla's just going to play the Kenny anyway. I'm very excited to see how it's going to go. Let's do it. Let's hop onto the rift for game number 2.
Sonic echo, leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's
All right, Longzhu fans gaining the same momentum that their team has got over their last victory. I swear, the amount of Khan fans that have just come out of nowhere since he started playing his highlight style would be ridiculous, Papa Smithy. This guy, so good to watch.
I mean, Longzhu started the spring season with a lot of fans because people love Prey and Gorilla. They're very popular players in Korea for the longest time, and most recently on the Rocks Tigers.
Because of you.
The BBQ fans there. That's a really angry-looking rooster in the picture there. Understandably, after most of the losses in recent times. But now, as you say, Khan, he's becoming a lovable player as we're getting to know his personality. BDD, I think people just respect in kind of the same way people respect FLICKR in terms of the fact that he is coming onto the scene just being straight-up good on a wide range of champions, can play the assassins, but also plays the control mages just as confidently.
Yeah, flexible style as well is very similar to that of FLICKR, because FLICKR can play hyper-aggressive, but then has his incredible Lulu from seasons past and things like that, whereas supportive utility style is also very good. So I feel like that comparison, I know comparing players to FLICKR is a very difficult task, but I think the BDD, as far as other players in the league, FLICKR makes the most sense as far as that comparison is
and what I'll say to fans who rightfully will be a bit perturbed about the comparisons to FLICKR is that I think it's pretty lazy commentary to just compare every player to FLICKR, because at the end of the day, FLICKR has the runs on the board. He plays his style. He is the best player of all time. But what I can say about specifically BDD is that the way he plays the lane, his relentless aggression, is looking for solo kills that other people would just respect vision. He pushes and aggresses in a way that is unique to FLICKR. And the fact that I see that from him makes me want to compare him to FLICKR, and he's got a long way to go, but I have a confidence that BDD can be a great mid laner, even if we might not speak about him at the end of LoL's lifetime in the same breath as FLICKR.
Yeah. Well, BDD, see whether this game is going to be a continuation, as Bless is looking to try and get Khan away from that MVP rating, and that stun is beautiful from Crazy. A lock away first blood. BBQ on the board very quick.
And great to see Bless actually making a proactive move, ganking the tough matchup we talked about. And it will not be Jace with the early advantage. It's going to be Camille getting the first gank pre-6. And then you know that when 6 comes around, they're going to be happy to wombo him again. And I thought for a second there the Gragas was on the side of BBQ, because the camp could definitely be real for the Jace.
There's a ward in this brush here as well, so he can't sneak around. Crazy going to go back to base, teleport back in himself. Does have the better buy, most likely. We'll see whether he can get a Doran's Blade or something like that. No, Doran's Shield is going to be locked in. And Kuztor is out. Some Gatorade for Tempt.
Well, we're going to see a lot of pushing in the bot side. Rakan not the strongest laner, and Kennen's one thing in basically every role is laning power. Maybe outclassed in range by some AD carries. Reckless still gets it done in the 2v2, but as a support, very annoying to deal with. We'll still probably max the W. Could max Q and just get the cooldown lowered there for the more non-committal poke, but certainly going to be a thorn to deal with for the Zion Rakan.
Yeah, and slight buffs to AP Cannon as well means that we might see Gorilla go for more of an AP style. 713 was a little bit of a change, more of a nerf to AD Cannon, but it was his ratios being increased on a few of his buttons. You do see the Spell Thieves. Who knows?
The movement speed that you get from the Spell Thieves line's quest is going to be great for Kennen.
Yeah.
Usually he has to rely on only his Lightning Rush for the speed up, but having other sources of movement speed will be big for him.
Well, Cuz is going to find Totoro there. He's going to fall down. Prey grabs that kill, and now 3 versus 2 Ghost. Finds some snares, and will be able to get the other 2 out alive, but the damage is done, and Longzhu answer back. Yeah,
Gorilla has to use both summons. He flashes behind the Gragas, so he can't just be taken down with Focus Fire. But you're right. They were the first ones to make the move. They get the first advantage in the bot lane. Ash picks up the kill as well, and already the experience lead will start to grow for the side of Longzhu.
Oh, man. Gorilla. You mentioned relentless aggression. Ghost is taking so much harass from this cannon, who doesn't have any summoner spells left. Prey's going to have a giggle and go back home, but he's got all of his summoners available. See what he's going to pick up as well. BF Sword is done, so it looks like it could be something like the Infinity Edge first Ash that we have seen. I believe that's Maha's favorite option. But the Essence Reaver has been making a resurgence as well on the Ash.
I mean, you look at the team he's facing, and Camille won't be building the most health. There's no true tank, so I think it's going to be Essence Reaver. He was the one who innovated the Essence Reaver into Hurricane build. Was still playing at Worlds 2016 when Bang and other AD carries were rushing the Infinity Edge, so expecting it to be Essence Reaver utility. He has a lot of damage on the rest of his lineup with a top lane Jace as well. But you're right, there is the outside chance that he'll go Maha style and pick up the Infinity Edge.
Options, most certainly. As Bless can make his way back towards that top side. No ward here for Khan, so he does have to play defensively, but does spot him out. That control ward is very, very deep for the Jace.
I like how Khan went back, got a control ward, and that's where he put it. He's like, I'm Jace with no flash. I need to know where the jungler is. I'm going to ward next to their Krugs.
Well, look, it's working out so far.
The Krugs aren't pathing into that brush. That's actually working out pretty good for him. Oh, no.
Ah, there we go. Okay, did get him a lot of time, though. And also the knowledge that that is exactly where Bless is. Ping, ping, ping. Khan knows that there's no one coming back because Cuz was able to get a ward into that brush. Tracker's Knife helping him out there.
BDD walking through a control ward, so they're not spotted here, rotating up as 3.
Cuz gets tagged. Bless going to be here as well, but BDD looks like he's making the round trip to get himself back.
Crazy has the ability to drop aggro with using the Hextech Ultimatum, so you can actually dodge something like the Shockwave with that half-second of invulnerability, so risky to turret dive. Speaking of turret dives...
Yeah, Praying Gorilla playing defensively as you'd expect. Hawkshot flies through, they spot out the Talia. And it is well and truly controlled here by Longzhu so far in this early game.
It's still so good to see Tempt rotate bot lane through his control ward, try to force Ash and Kennen to back off as BDD's playing smartly topside through his unique vision. Both teams playing where they're strongest.
Yeah. Just reserved play from both of them as Crazy avoids the damage of the accelerated shock blast and Khan uses his last remaining mana on that particular ability. Teleports back up though, so he's more than capable of just heading back home if he'd like to. Gets the cannon creep as well, so we're all saved from the tilt.
Happy farming times in the mid lane. Orianna ahead early before she gets the instant wave clear at 9 is something to take note of. Just BDD being on point in the laning phase and happy to push up means that Tempt hasn't been able to grow the 10-odd CS that we often see as an advantage for Talia early.
Yeah. Cuz as well wishes he had a ward left remaining as there are pings on where Bless is. Sets up the vision on the bottom side. BBQ know that there's not going to be any flanks coming in. Cuz level 6, so Explosive Cask is there. Dragon Rage Kick also available from Bless as well. So now looking towards bottom side, try and get that aggression on as Gorilla might be a target that BBQ can go for. There they go, heading out. Oh no.
That's all alone.
Yeah, looking for Tempt, but he's just going to walk himself out. Arrow's going to land, and now who's been caught as the shockwave comes down? Bless is going to be able to pick up Cuz on his way out. Red buff delivered over to the Orianna, but 1 for 1. BBQ will take that in what was a horrible situation that was looming on them.
Yeah, brain fade from Cuz, who had his flash up, did not need to die in that scenario, but on low health, overstayed and ends up giving away a trade kill. Unnecessary mistake from Cuz that he'll definitely want to not have to relive too many times. Should have just been advantage Longzhu off the Ash arrow hit, but answering kill for the side of BBQ.
Well, thankfully for BDD, it does mean that he gets a red buff, which for Orianna means the clockwork wind-up. It's going to be working out a whole lot better. Not necessarily the best auto-attacking champion in the game.
Just a small note, it is the Q max coming through from Gorilla, so getting the shorter cooldown on the Q, looking for some poke.
Yep.
Bit risky for the low HP cannon to be walking up for auto, so no W max is top lane. A lot of fighting between the two.
Yeah, that shock blast timing was absolutely fantastic from Khan as well. Waits for that shield to wear off and then immediately gets in that big burst of damage. And Cuz turns up at the right time.
Spotted.
Crazy forced to go back and doesn't have the teleport, remember. We've got Talia making her way up as well as Blesses Lee Sin. Here's the Weaver's Wall. Cuz, yep, caught. Wrong side of dodge, but should be able to get towards the... yeah, does. Just jumps on.
Got over the wall as well, the Weaver's Wall on
Yeah.
the exit there. So nicely done from Cuz, all things considered.
Broke my brain a little bit, I'm not going to lie to you, Pop Smithy.
I mean, we've had a couple of moments like that today, like
Yeah.
the flash into no vision brush on bot side.
Yeah.
We've had enough time to reset our brains after the madness that was KT versus Jin Air Game 2 yesterday.
Oh my goodness. What a game. If you guys didn't see it after this, during the break that we may have if Longzhu win this game, just go and watch Game 2.
Don't worry, OGN Legion. I wash my mouth with soap. No more French for me.
Olivu. I'm not going to try.
Je parle un peu. De temps en temps.
This is the English broadcast, isn't it? Just making sure it's Gorilla. He's been ignited, taking a lot of damage, but the Featherstorm not enough as Khan looking for the 1v2, and Cuz disengages it, and Khan's probably a bit annoyed, honestly. Body Slam's going to land onto Bless. Gets a lot of slow damage. There's the flash, and Khan locks that kill down. Crazy has to just look on in terror as his jungler falls. There was a fight happening on the bottom side of the map as well, Papa Smithy, but no one is going to die in that exchange. And Temp now gets shockwaved. BDD still looking for more. Man attack flies through. Now Longzhu looking for first brick on the top side.
And it's a small thing, but even the understanding of skirmish ranges for Jace is something Longzhu is smart at. The ability to turn there where other teams will just disengage. They know that the prize here isn't just the kill. They pick up on the top side onto Bless. It's the first brick turret again being established in the Jace lane. He can go back, look for a bigger buy. Won't be Blade of the Ruin Blade of the Ruin King. Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King rush this time. He's not against a health stacker. It's going to probably be going for the Black Cleaver and a bit more of a team-focused build.
I hope it's the Trinity Force.
Not the blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I thought that's what blah, 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 blah actually stood for.
Ah.
Because it's, you know, it's all the items. So you may as
colloquialism,
well try and
not
say
often
all
known.
of the words at the same time. Makes a lot of sense.
Sometimes talking is really hard.
Really hard. We know. We do it for a living. Okay, Ghost and Totoro, they're going to make their way back to base. You've got no Essence Reaver completed just yet. That's a Fairy Charm in the inventory for Totoro. Always feels bad just to have a tiny bit of mana regen taking up a slot. But of course has his Control Ward, has some potions there as well, and his Sightstone's completed. So Rakan doing okay. But that is a gigantic lead at the moment for Prey. Close to 40 CS up. As he's the one that makes it back to lane first as well, so Ghost is only going to lose more. The wave makes its way down. Temp building towards his Banshee's Veil. We're very close to Morale and Omicron for PDD.
And how BBQ play from this point is going to be super interesting to track. They would have loved to keep the laning phase going longer in the top side as they were equalizing CS between Jace and Camille. And Camille hitting 3 or 4 items would be great split push opportunities for them, but that's not going to happen. Now Jace has kind of free run over the top side, and either BBQ can focus on control wards around Rift Herald and soon to be Baron and allow Camille to push safely, or otherwise Jace will get the push and you can focus around trying to make plays on the bottom side of the map. You have to choose one. To me, playing around the Camille, getting her further ahead and maybe eventually the ability to solo kill the Jace is the right play, but you could also understand kind of abandoning the Camille, focusing on getting the Xayah a bit more CS, and using the Weaver's wall to make plays on the bot side.
Yeah, Tempt, of course, can clear out this mid lane quite effectively now with the AP that he's built up. BDD also in the same boat. So you mentioned the level 9 mark. Well, he's level 10 now. Just looking for that second rank on the Shockwave for the next option. Less discovered here, but Totoro's going to make sure that Cuz doesn't kill that control ward. He's been sitting on the blue buff for quite some time. Pings out onto Tempt, exactly where he is as well. So Longzhu, full information in this tower. Not long for the world. As in goes the grand entrance. Slicing Maelstrom's there. And
wow.
Okay, I think there was a Rakan there for a moment. And now Tempt, no option to do anything. Bless is going to be taken down. It's one after the other here for BBQ. The dissonance slows too much and the Shockwave goes wide, but that is one after the other for Longzhu Gaming, and they'll move towards the outer turret on the bottom side and take that, and possibly even a dragon as well. Just a disaster for BBQ.
And the troops coming, marching in one by one was kind of what happened there. You can only shake your head as even the Lee Sin kick led to no advantage whatsoever. By the time Crazy came in, the fight was already over. I think it needs to be more proactive teleport on the side of the Camille, so playing bot side fails even more than losing the top turret in the previous exchange, and now they'll probably lose a blue buff as well.
That's Crazy, you can grab it. Nope, Khan's going to be the one that picks it up.
Optimistic.
Ultimatum, yeah, comes in. And that's the double knock-up. Totoro is going to be able to grab some damage, and they at least allow Ghost to take out Gorilla. Nicely done. Longzhu get the dragon, they get the blue buff, and they get out with only losing their little Kenny support. Probably still worthwhile there for Longzhu.
He may be little in stature, but he is 1,100 gold ahead of his opposite number. There's so much CC on the side of Longzhu. You also have to respect the cannon. If Bless comes in, he gets stunned up by the cannon, just dies. Sure, he put out a kick, but the value from the kick was nothing, and it's just front to back. After that, Crazy teleports, well, way too late. Can't even use the Hextech ultimatum. There's 3 of his friends that already gone down. A consolation kill on a cannon is certainly not worth it for the side of BBQ.
Yeah, Jace just going back to base now. See whether he can complete the Black Cleaver and what else he can gather as well once he gets home. So Black Cleaver's done. Got a cheeky extra longsword there as well. Morellonomicon's completed for BDD, and he's close to grabbing Banshee's Veil as well. Totoro in a little bit of trouble. A couple of marks of the storm on him, but thankfully he moves out of the range the electrical surge before that goes off.
Don't often see that, actually, so just lets you know just how long range the dash is there from the side of Totoro to get out of range. Now they're camping a brush.
Oh, very nice.
Spidey sense.
Yeah, that's good. Didn't have his Hawk Shot available as well.
Didn't have his pocket cannon either.
No. Now has Cuz, and there he goes. Gorilla makes his way back into the lane. For some reason, it's even more adorable when Cannon's a support cannon.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just something about the fact that he's not, you know, being really frustrating in a top lane and actually doing a lot of damage. He's just a little cannon.
I think ranged AP cannon matchups are probably my favorite because then you have to respect the Q max, and it's a bit different to being bopped on the head as a melee champion a million times by on-hit cannon. That part's just no fun.
Okay, BBQ pushing up the bottom side of the map, looking to try and grab themselves this turret. Cuz, in the meantime, takes the Rift Herald, and we'll see whether now they're going to be able to use it effectively. It's 5,000 gold the lead at 17 minutes in.
Can't walk up because Talia was on bot side as, well, tries to interrupt the Rift Herald, who gets really, really angry.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fine.
Poop. Khan uses the flash, actually, has to get himself out of the way. Bless, looking to find his way in.
Someone should tell him he's 1v2.
Yeah, they don't want to fight the 1v2. Either, as Khan's just going to be able to pick up this kill with the help of Gorilla. Nice kickback, but where else is he going to go? He probably would have just held on to that cooldown, to be honest. Easy auto attack, and that's going to finish that one off. The Camille lives, but oh no! Totoro, fortunately, just straight into an arrow there. Good flick back with the shoop to scoop.
Here's Cuz.
Yeah, he's looking for the body slam. Flash comes out, but Tempt now can't connect with this fight anymore. Slicing Maelstrom comes in, all of the stuns getting lined up as Crazy's limping away, Totoro's limping away, Ghost, no health, and it's going to be BDD that secures the kill on the Rakan all too easily, and this inner turret should fall if they have any semblance of a minion wave.
And the game plan is just falling apart at the seams for BBQ as well. The moment that Khan could walk up onto First the Camille, and then the Lee Sin. You knew things were looking bad. They're pushing in on double inner turrets at 18 minutes, and nothing BBQ can do.
Yeah, as game number 2 is looking even more one-sided than game number 1, Papa Smithy. BBQ, no answers to what Longzhu's putting down. And yes, last game it was fantastic Twitch play, but it's great seeing Prey back on the Ashe. Jace was unanswered in the ban phase. He's now ahead by 30 CS, continuing to play very, very well. And this is BDD's Orianna. It's a very different story to what we saw at Attempt in Game 1.
And just consider the position Longzhu were at in spring season, because the one thing we always said on cast was if Prey can't get Ashe or Varus, the team would instant lose because he was the only person on the team who was willing to initiate. They didn't have other initiators. Unfortunately, Expression, Crash, Fly, they struggled to have initiation, and teams eventually just started double banning Ashe Varus, even when that wasn't the meta band, because it did so well against Longzhu. Now Prey, when he gets Ashe, is at the same time as other players having weapons to initiate, other players having weapons to carry. It's not get Ashe or Varus or lose the game for Longzhu. It's when they get Ashe or Varus, they just look even a step better than they do with other picks.
Yeah. And now Cuz has the opportunity to get that initiation done. BDD likes to initiate whatever he can, and Khan gets initiated on because he's always pushing so hard.
And they're lucky also that the meta shifts in the support role, and there's a lot of initiator supports available. It's not Lulu Karma every game, or Malzahar even. Focusing mostly on laning. Malzahar was on the initiation side, but it's just different to have Alistair, Thresh. They're the options that are very common in summer season.
And do we think that that Glacial Shroud is going to go towards a Zeke's convergence, or could it possibly be the Icy Fist?
I mean, Zeke's convergence is pretty amazing if you consider it's pretty similar to Slicing Maelstrom and how it works.
Yeah, I know.
The double AoE storms.
But it doesn't feel nearly as fun as an Icy Glove.
How can you not be happy he built a mana item on a champion with no mana?
That's true. I am pretty excited about that. Oh, dear.
Now he won't run home.
So much energy. And look at him. Look at his little waddle. He's waddling a little bit faster because he has access to more mana.
Shut up.
When beforehand he had absolutely none at all. Perfect. Okay, Khan going to be able to take down yet another blue buff in the face of BBQ, and even knew it. Just couldn't be bothered wasting his time killing a control ward. Now Kaz wants to steal away the red. Not going to be able to, though. Blade Caller is going to pick it up for Ghost. A lot of people underestimate the incredible burst damage. It's almost like a Callisto when you can get enough feathers out there. Securing things. Certainly relatively easy for that of Isaiah.
Laning power of the Xayah has kind of fallen away as the season's gone on, and more teams have scrimmed more against Xayah, understand the play patterns of the feathers more, and see more sidesteps than perhaps were happening in earlier parts of the season.
Longzhu right now just clearing out the map of everything that they want. Tried to get the red buff, but that's the only thing they failed to get. So the Cloud Drake is going to fall. Blue buff fell down. Crazy's even pressured away from where his outer turret used to be.
The Zeke's is gone, but there is optimism. It's going to be a Righteous Glory, Atlas.
Oh, that's less fun than either of the other two.
You're not ready for Turbo Cannon?
No. I just don't think Cannon should wear a Viking hat.
He's going to be real fast.
It just feels wrong. For some reason, I just really like Iceball Gauntlet. I don't know why. Scarilla is going to find the stun. Oh, good Featherstorm. As, it's just not going to be enough. Ghost probably should still fall down. No, okay, thankfully Totoro makes his way in, and Kaz can't close the gap in time. I thought surely we'd get a body slam cask or something like that, especially when Ghost didn't have access to his Featherstorm.
Longzhu would love to turn onto Baron, but Control Ward is there, so they don't have unique vision of the pit.
Right,
Camille
dashy,
only
dashy.
now really starting to get an item build together. Still far away from 2 items on the Camille.
Okay, Kaz takes a bunch of damage. Not too much more, though. And yeah, you're right. It's just Trinity Force, a couple of swords and a shield. It's not what you want if you want to be splitting against Khan, who's already got 2 of his items completed. Okay, Totoro, you could be in trouble. Just grand exits from the situation.
No game is most likely to be lost when you have a Camille with Trinity Force and no turrets have been taken by BBQ.
Yeah.
None. Not even one. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to make trades. They had the choice early of just doubling down on the Camille after her turret went down or trying to make plays bot lane. They took the proactive line, which is usually the way to go, but in this case, against the draft from Longzhu, it's compounded their misery. Now they find it very difficult to walk up to Baron. Jace is happy to just push in the face of the Camille, and, well...
Oh, no!
Featherstorm was on cooldown.
Yeah, Featherstorm was on cooldown, but the flash probably could have got him out of the way of the arrow instead of straight into it. Longzhu are going to be able to get that pick onto Ghost pretty easily now. And that flash had only just come back off cooldown. Now 4 versus 5, BBQ unable to defend this inner turret, and it might just be Baron as well going over to Longzhu if they want to. It's Blast going to get everyone into that pit if they feel like it. Is now Bless setting himself up, Totoro as well, standing on top of a ward. Time for the desperation plays for BBQ, but they just have no vision, no way in towards this Baron as 3 men already starting it up.
Gorilla can buy a lot of time here, still has the ultimate available.
They weave his wall for vision as Blast. Oh, so much damage. It's going to be Gorilla that puts in a whole bunch of the work, almost finds the last shuriken, but doesn't matter. The Baron is still going to fall. They do exactly what they needed to. Longzhu, 24 minutes into the game. It's a Baron, it's all the dragons. They've lost no turrets. It's just 3 kills that separates Longzhu from a perfect game.
But you have to reflect and smile because that line of commentary is something we're talking about in Longzhu Gaming in 2017. They're doing exactly what they needed to at almost every turn, playing out their playbook correctly, making smart choices, also having these players on strong picks for themselves, and the end result is that BBQ look many leagues below that of Longzhu, who look like a contender.
Yeah, Longzhu looking absolutely fantastic. We're having this conversation talking about which teams we expect to head to Worlds yesterday, Papa Smithy, and I know it's relatively early in the piece to start that discussion, but there are almost 6-7 teams that you could see vying for those top few spots.
And I kind of reject that notion because if you remember, we were talking about it preseason. We're like, well, look how strong KT is now. SKT, KT, Samsung. How could it be anyone else? But now there is Longzhu. Now there are other names in the base. So the optimism we have to start to speculate and have, 5 names, 6 names in the conversation for both the finals gauntlet and also the Worlds gauntlet. That's awesome.
Super awesome. The unknown is a very exciting thing in a league that just felt a little bit SKT dominated quite some time. Of course, SKT is still well and truly a favorite, but Longzhu stepping up. You've got Jinez starting to play a whole lot better. KT showing multiple facets to their gameplay yesterday. Once again, we've got clean League of Legends. There is a flash towards the bottom side of the map, though. That pick unable to be gathered. It's a support trade on the bottom side, but it was BBQ that went for the engage. Prey taking way too much damage there from that Blade Caller, but it's BDD that's tanking up the turret, and they are going to be able to take that one down. Mid lane inhibitor turret also going to be under fire, and it's Crazy that's just going to try and deny it. Inhibitor falls very easily, and Ghost loses the majority of his health bar. Longzhu now just start that textbook play of move around, take all of the inhibitors, utilize this Baron as best they can. They've got backs that need to come in. Luden's Echo's done now for BDD. Very close to that 4th item, Void Staff, as well as there's a cheeky little book. And that is a Guardian Angel done for Prey as well. Probably could just afford it, so he decided to buy it. Some luxury items now coming in for Longzhu as they're so far ahead. 14,000 gold is now the lead at 27 minutes into the game.
And the reason why it's a good time to buy a Guardian Angel is A, because they want to end the game soon, and B, it means that in a true 5v5 in front of, say, the inhibitor turret in mid lane, Prey doesn't care about Hextech Ultimatum. He has the Guardian Angel and also the ability to just be more brazen with his positioning and fish for an ult, fish for a couple of extra kills, flash aggressively when his flash comes back up to try and finish the game. The Infinity Edge is necessary in the build, but Prey's feeling that he has enough damage right now, and that inhibitor is going down for free. Looks like BBQ might not even get that final fight.
Yeah, and that passage of play indicates what Prey is utterly phenomenal at on this Alex, knowing exactly where to hawkshot his opponent. And he discovered every member of BBQ, used his volley to zone, and then took down a turret basically by himself. This inhibitor falls because of just Prey and that particular play that he just made. So.
I mean, the moment he gets Ashe from level 2 onwards, his jungle wins, because like you say, he's so intelligent, reads the game so well after being around since Season 1, so do follow that act. The hookshot is one of those really overlooked abilities, as Longzhu just want to end the game.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out. That volley actually doing as much as like multiple auto attacks onto these guys. Now it's just going to be these minions corralled in. There's the shockwave, lands on a crazy arrow to follow it up as well. It means that it's going to be a split engage. Good cast as Totoro's chucked back in, slicing Maelstrom as well, as Gorilla's doing his best just to lock them down, and it's going to be enough at the same time. Bless makes his way in, but that's the GA. So it's not even going to be a kill, as finally Ghost is able to pick one up onto BDD, but the Nexus turret's now under fire. Fighting back are BBQ, and that's going to be the next kill onto Khan. As now Longzhu on the run. Prey, not a lot of health as the Q is going to land. Oh, the heal was still there, exactly right. And Bless is going to take his own life. The hands of the Ashes arrows. That is no more Nexus turrets, but at least the Nexus still lives for BBQ.
And they do us a favor, a bit more League of Legends before what is going to be a long break until we get that rematch of the 2016 World Finals. The gold lead is huge, 16,500 gold is the lead. Longzhu will end the game, you'd have to think, on their next push, but for now, the League of Legends continues.
It does indeed.
Bonk goes the Ash arrow onto the Camille, so she's out of the fight. It's already 5v4 to open up. Rakan pops like a weasel. From there, 2 kills are down. Like you say, Prey does lose Guardian Angel, but allowed it into frontline, so I guess it was mission success on picking up the early Guardian Angel. They can't close the game because Khan decides that he's going Rambo mode. He got a Steric Gauge, thought he was unkillable.
Yeah,
probably didn't read the patch notes.
A little bit overly Rambo. I did like that Gorilla used a seismic shove to get him closer to the middle of the fight. Like he jumped on it to try and leapfrog his way in. I like it, utilizing the Talia as more initiation for his slicing Maelstrom.
Well, there's no Nexus turrets here, and if you watch KT vs Jinna, that doesn't necessarily mean the game's over, but in this one, yeah, I think it does. Yeah,
quickness is going to come out. Totoro does make his way out. Hextech Ultimatum is just going to spell the end, though, as BDD locks down Crazy. Now the Nexus in trouble. There's a celebratory hula hoop for BDD, but probably hit the Nexus, guys. Prey is right onto it. Ghost is now just doing battle with Khan. It is going to be him falling down, though. Totoro gets himself onto the fountain, and that is the Nexus falling down. Longzhu, incredibly decisive 2-0 victory, and they wipe the floor with BDD. They wiped the floor with BBQ.
Yeah, maybe BDD wiped the floor with its hula hoop, like you mentioned on that final ultimate, but another victory piled on for the side of Longzhu Gaming. They get the Orianna for BDD, they get Prey on the Ashe, and from there, everything worked like clockwork. Khan smiling on your screen as well. I mentioned it during the game, but I'll reiterate it now. In 18 matches in the spring season, Longzhu had 8 match victories. Now, just exiting their 12th match, they are 9-3. They have more match wins, and they still have 6 matches to play. So they already have put past the frustrations of spring season. We know that the turmoil that they went under is also a thing of the past, with Kesper stepping in to ensure that the ship is steady, and they're doing us all a great favor because with a steady ship, Longzhu look like they're going to be fighting right to the end of summer season.
Yeah, and there's smiles on their faces now as well. Prey was even having a little bit of a grin earlier on, now that he's indicating to the camera, just making sure that he hides that elation. But this is a team that are more happy together, that are more happy when they're back at home just getting that practice in. Looking over the other side, not necessarily happy faces on the side of BBQ. Not many good news stories either to come out of this series. Felt like just utter domination from a Longzhu that are on the warpath towards Worlds. Potentially, they can do very, very well in the gauntlet run.
Yeah, the best of BBQ is not enough to trouble Longzhu on their best day, and you could start to argue maybe not even on a normal day, because Longzhu look a cut above teams like BBQ Oliver, something they wish they could say about spring season, but was not true by the time we got to the business end of the season. We're still not in the business end. We still have multiple weeks to go before the end of the regular season, but Longzhu are piling on the match victories. One day you're talking about Khan, the next day you're talking about BDD, Prey and Gorilla, they've always been there, and Cuz largely is the jungler they need. The only player without a substitute is fulfilling a great path in his rookie season. He's on a royal road, remember. He is the only person on the team looking to have victory in their first season, and Jace does a lot of damage, turns out, Atlas.
Yeah, especially when he's piloted by Khan. I feel like he just is always the one that's done the most damage to champions when we have a look at these graphs. Prey as well, doing very, very well, picking up second most damage. And he wasn't hitting as many champions during this game. I feel like the rough and tumble for Khan starts very, very early.
5,200 damage for the Camille, who just didn't get to play League of Legends against champions. She was playing single players. Gorilla on his cannon will win the MVP.
300 points. His third one for the season. I can do some maths, Papa Smithy.
First Kennen game for the season. He's jumped up to 5-2 career on support Kennen, something only really he has played with great frequency. You thought it might be a Kalista only pick, because Kalista Kennen was a big pick in 2015 summer season, but they got Ashe and they thought, okay, let's perma-CC the opposition, and Bless tried for kicks multiple times, and the stuns from the Gorilla, one of the reasons why just wasn't able to make it work on the Lee Sin.
Oh, a cute little lightning rush to get himself the right amount of distance, and then delivers the kill over to Khan. Oh dear. Why did we see this again?
Well, yep, it was awkward timing there. Remember, the Feather Storm was on cooldown after he had used it for the previous Ashe Arrow, and then it was time to clean up the game.
Yeah,
Just rapidly coming as Righteous Glory Cannon, just going in as fast as he could to get all the stuff.
Yeah, and uses the seismic shove to get himself even further in, Papa Smithy. Don't necessarily know whether it was on purpose. We might be able to ask him that after the matches, but whoa, that was pretty cool.
So I feel about Longzhu every time they play. Even if they're playing against BBQ, heavily expected to win, they are cool. They have a lot of innovation. They'll bring new stuff. We have a top laner who's played Mordekaiser already this season.
Yeah. And won as well.
And people are taking notes from Khan. The Mordekaiser was played in EU LCS. The unique picks from Longzhu are coming up around the world, and Prey and Gorilla want to go to Worlds again. They are perennial attenders of Worlds. They want to be there in 2017.
Well, of course, it is going to be a difficult road. Still a lot of circuit points to pick up, but the possibility is still there, Papa Smithy, and now it's going to be the MVP interview. So we're going to throw it over to Joel to get us some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. We are here with Longzhu Gaming, picking up an easy 2-0 victory. And we are here with today's MVPs. We're for the interview. Congratulations. Thank you. How do you feel? It's my first time actually picking up an MVP in OGN, so it feels really good. Every time I go to sleep right before match day is that I think about what I would say when I go to the MVP interview. I actually didn't prepare this time around, and I was just on the way, just on the way here, and I was just kind of pretty chill about the entire game. Yeah, you seem to be very celebratory after the game. Yeah, I just like to express myself with body gestures. Really, how do you feel about Khan in general? Yeah, he's just an energetic guy, and just one of those guys that we always like to have in this team. And Gorilla, you're looking at Longzhu Gaming now. It's just this team is clearly in the top 4 in LCK right now. But how does that change affect you? I think with me being in a team that gets good ratings, this always feels good. So I'm very thankful for that, and just want to do well in the thing. So I want to get further into the playoffs if possible. And Khan, we know that you did a recent video with us, and you said you don't want to receive all the attention, but you receive more attention than anybody else. Yeah, I think as a player, I think receiving attention with your skills is the most important, and getting your attention with the entertainment value is shouldn't be the first priority as a player. We're going to move on to the game. Game 1 and Game 2, it just seems like you just went with Jace no matter what the opposition threw out. Was there a specific reason behind that? We actually thought that Jace would have been banned out by the opposition, but they left it open, and that was just for our chance to take it up. Hey, Jace is a strong champion, but it's all really up to the player who plays it that makes all the difference. Do you know what could counter a Jace.
챔피언들이 다 카운터가 될 수 있지 않을까요?
1대1로만 봤을
I think any champion could be a Jace, but I don't think there's like a specific champion that could beat Jace 1v1.
지금 7전 전승 카드라서 그러니까요.
It's a 7-0 Jace for Rakan right now.
제 제이스는 밴하는 게 좋을 것 같은데.
Yeah, watch out teams, you need to ban out my Jace.
골리앗 선수가 약간 이렇게 고개를 푹 숙이셨어요.
Gorilla, you seem pretty embarrassed by the comment. I'm just scared of this guy Khan. He seems to say everything and everything says is right.
정말 센스 넘치는 그런 플레이가 나왔습니다.
그렇죠.
그 영상이 준비되어 있는 함께 보면서
We do have a video highlight with one of those plays that you showed.
전멸 페이크 상황이
This is where he faked the flash.
이거 갑자기 그라스 나와서 깜짝 놀랐네 이거 어떻게 하지 하다가
And we were just, I had no idea what to do there, but I was kind of startled in that play. But if I stand in that position and do my flash, it seems like I would most likely go up, so they would chase that way. So I used that against her in the mind games and went below.
그렇죠. 그 순간 그걸 그냥 죽을 수도 있는 거를 그렇게 전멸 센스로 그렇습니다. 그래서 1세트를 이제 무난하게 또 승리.
And after taking the relatively easy game 1 and you move on to game 2,
깜짝 놀랐어요.
we were kind of surprised by the way you guys handled game 2. You guys went with Kennen support out of all things.
캐넨 서포 배경에 대해서 좀
Do you want to elaborate on why you came up with that decision?
챔피언이라서요. 제가 뭘 할까 생각을 해보다가
Yeah, Rakan is something that I had to face up with, and something that is an initiating champion that Rakan is. I needed also an initiating champion that I can do with my support role, and it was a champion that I did have some practice on, and for this instance.
잘 됐던 것 같아요.
So I think it was a plan that worked out very well.
서포터가 자이라가 생각나는데 그런 견제.
We usually think of initiative supporters just like Zyra, for example. But what's the difference between Zyra and Kennen?
수동적인 챔피언이거든요. 이렇게 뚜벅뚜벅 걸어다니는 챔피언.
Yeah, Zyra is not very mobile in the way it moves, and that's kind of one of the weaknesses that it has. So Kennen, with this mobility, it just makes it easier to move around. And we want to point out that Misfortune was Gorilla's invention.
노페 감독님이랑 같이 이렇게 만든.
But yeah, Misfortune was an invention not only by me, but also with Prey and also with Nofe, the former coach as well. So we all kind of made that happen. How do you feel having Gorilla in the team? Oh, it's just an honor to have him in the team, just to play alongside him. It's the best feeling in the world.
실제로 롱주는 원래 지금 요즘 분위기가 바텀에서는 안정감.
And just the Longzhu team and overall right now, it's that the bot lane always has a stability, and the top and the mid lane really produces that dynamics for the team. But it doesn't seem like they're pretty much the leaders of the team. What do you think?
허락을 맡아야 되나요?
Do you have to have permission to say what you want to say? Yeah, I think for us to be dynamic in our mid lanes and our top lane is really up to the bot duo allowing us to do that. Have another video highlight. I thought this was a very spectacular team fight. What was the communication between these plays? Yeah, when Rakan comes in with the ultimate, we can usually react to it, and reacting with the Kennen ultimate, it works out. So we tried to react to it as fast as we could, and we got the kill right away onto Rakan. So that was a good start to the team fight.
그래서 또 오랜만에 고릴라 선수 보니까 생각난 건데 원래 또 현실에서도 서포터로 유명하시고 미담도 굉장히.
And we want to talk about your off-game priorities, where Gorilla, you not only in the support in the team, but you're supporting your players and your teammates outside the game as well. Yeah, when I first came to the team house, we heard about that Gorilla and Prey, these legendary players, were gonna be in that same team house, and so I didn't know what to expect, so I was very scared going in, but Gorilla was the first one to come up and speak to me and just got me comfortable, and those are the things that really helped out off the game that actually just transitioned onto the on game as well.
이런 게 신구에 좋아하죠.
그렇죠. 아, 사실 그 새로운 팀에 들어갔을 때 이런 것들이 굉장히 중요하잖아요.
맞습니다.
And I'm sure you know this is a very important thing when going to a new team.
우리 골라 선수가
But we want to have Gorilla say the last words of what you want to tell your fans heading into the later matches. We always want to thank the people who have interest in the Longzhu organization, and we want to prepare ourselves very hard to play against our next opponent, so we're really excited for that. So thank you very much. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, and that is adorable. It's no longer the Longzhu team, it's the Longzhu family with Mum and Dad, the parents on the bottom side of the map, praying Gorilla, taking care of all the new ones.
I mean, Gorilla's just a standout guy. I've known him for a long time now, a couple of years since I came to Korea, and always happy to chat, speaks good English. Great heart, and now his team also is building up around him. It was heartbreaking to see all the problems they had in spring season, in and out of the game. This season, though, no such problems, in Longzhu do look like a contender. Prey and Gorilla desperate to go back to Worlds, may be able to do that. They sit very happily in third spot, a match victory ahead of KT, who even with a 2-0 cannot join them in third spot. BBQ Olivers, unfortunately, right down the bottom. MVP, BBQ, and Everate. You have to think 2 out of those are going to play in relegation.
And now, if SKT 2-0 Samsung, it will be Longzhu Gaming equaling second with Samsung as well. So really knocking on the front door of the standings.
Yeah, if SKT win, then Longzhu's second. Their game score will drop to 10, and they will be second with a loss.
Yes,
so
of course.
Longzhu
Okay.
Gaming being second, more than halfway through a season, will be super cool to see.
Super exciting. Also, KT will then be solidly in that 4th place, needing to try and get themselves back up to that top spot. And this is going to be our title matchup for today. It will be in approximately an hour, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately. So we'll be starting at 7:50 KST for the stream, and then Pick and Ban will start at 8 p.m. So don't worry, it's coming. It's just we're going to take a little bit of a break, make sure that we're well and truly prepared for what is going to be a pretty massive matchup.
It's a pretty long break. Little is perhaps a misnomer, but guys, good news. The best region in Asia is live right now. LPL is live, twitch.tv/LPL1. Go watch some LPL, but then come back. It's a Worlds rematch. It's going to be great.
That's exactly right. Or you could watch that massive clincher between KT and Jin Air that we saw yesterday. But there is going to be a break. We'll see you after. Coming up next, SK Telecom T1, Samsung, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thunder will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thunder will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thunder will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, smite them all. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thought nail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. There's way more to avenge. 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory, to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dawn regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory, to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory, to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world comes to earth in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Today's matchup. SK Telecom, T1. Samsung. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back to LCK Summer OGN Legion. I'm still Atlas, this is still Papa Smithy, and we've had a bit of a break, but it was good to have a warm-up before this incredible clash between Samsung and SKT.
I mean, our entree, it was tasty, but it was a little bit small. The portion wasn't big enough, Atlas. That's why we needed a break. Now we get the main event. Now we get the rematch of the 2016 World Championship Final. SK Telecom versus Samsung. These matches always hype. The first one, it has that asterisk, though. Samsung did beat SKT a couple of days into the season. Fresh off MSI, the hangover effect was real for SK Telecom. They have won 9 matches in a row, beaten every other team in the league in the time since then. Now they want to correct the record, beat Samsung Galaxy, and with Samsung looking pretty all over the place against Ever 8 winners, there's a really good chance SKT can right that wrong.
Yeah, they can bite back, and you're right, it was a 2-0 against Ever 8 winners, but it wasn't exactly the most elegant 2-0 that Samsung have put in their record books. The other thing that we have to talk about is the hangover could be still there from that of Rift Rivals as well. Both of these teams falling down in the final.
I mean, both of them could be
redemption story.
They could both be pretty exhausted. They were swimming the last couple of days, Atlas.
Exactly right. KT, of course, didn't look as bad because they were the ones that managed to get in the plane. And I think MVP may have had an honorary flight there as well because they put in a good effort. But both of these two back-to-back losses against WE and EDG, SKT definitely want to get themselves back towards the top. And expectations are that they're most certainly still there.
But I'm sure their fans will say that SKT is when blank is playing, and you can make those qualifiers. Huni does keep his spot, interestingly, but blank comes in 20-0, going for blackjack, going for 21. He can drink legally in America as well with a number like that, and that record, it doesn't look like ending anytime soon.
Yeah, and you know that SKT mean business when they put blank on the roster as well because they want to protect that incredible win streak that he's now on for the entirety of this season. Just ludicrous amounts of victories that this guy's racked up. You can see seriousness on the faces of SKT. They are here to play. Ready to get those victories as well. And we'll see whether Huni's going to be going back towards that split push start, which actually did work in the middle of Rift Rivals.
And I'm sure there's also people that are wondering, wait, who's playing for Samsung? Because there are those people who feel like the team looks better with Haru. I regret to inform you that Haru will not be starting with Game 1. They go with Ambition, who honestly had a shocker of a Game 1 against Ever 8 winners. They beat them, but they were behind 12,000 gold. There was a Fed Cassidon. It was all manner of silliness. They won the game, but they subbed out Ambition for Series 2, citing that perhaps the emotional and also mental toll was getting to him. And all these players have had a lot of fans super mad at them, Atlas. There's no other way to put it. They feel like they let down their nation, they let down Korea as LPL went on to win Rift Rivals. And other people say it was just a best of one. But you just look at social media, you look at InVen, people took the series a lot more seriously than they feel like these two teams took them. And the argument on the other side is, were they hiding strategies? Were they getting ready for this match? I feel like the buck kind of stops here, right? Their performance today will rewrite the history that was written at Rift Rivals.
Yeah, and Samsung want to keep that as a 100% win rate over SKT for this season as well. Remember, pipped at the post in their very first match. You can see that right there, the blemish in SKT's run, because other than that, it's been 9 victories in a row for the squad. Now Samsung wanting to bookend it with their first victory and then the final victory against SKT. here for Week 6. Of course, things will change Week 7, but it might be enough to trip up the power squad in SKT.
And if SKT win this, then that Samsung loss will be out of the last 10. They will have 10 match wins in a row. Very possible, but this was the match. Again, second match day of the season. SKT notably not looking fantastic in that one.
Yeah, and Samsung, I mean, the question marks that we have for them are based on the two MVPs of the first series that they faced off against SKT. And yes, you can say MSI hangover, you can have these caveats to it, but these two were definitely performing, and now that's where the question marks lie. Crown, of course, hitting only one champion with a Shockwave in one of the games at Rift Rivals, and Ambition having the Shocker against Ever 8. It's not what you want to see, as these are still some pretty big graphs, even though Huni's KDA does let things down. It's more of a square at the moment rather than that pentagon, but otherwise looking fantastic for SKT.
Untara would have propped the top lane, but Core JJ has had a wonderful season in support and does actually beat out Wolf and the KDA factors, but Bang having a fantastic season. FLICKR and Bang, you kind of always know what to expect with those two, and Blank comes in again on an unprecedented win streak, 20 games in a row across all competitions in 2017. He's going to be starting, and with Ambition's woes, we highlight the matchup. It's looking like struggle streak for Ambition, even if he has had a good season.
And Blank's KDA versus Ambition as well, just ludicrous. I mean, have a look at it.
3 kills per game as a jungler is actually really high as an average. His assists also top the league. Lee Sin, which is a pick that has been deprioritized for a lot of other junglers. His pathing and mechanics are both working in unison, and it makes Lee Sin a super scary proposition to leave open for Blank.
And you never sort of, when Blank first started here on SKT, it wasn't for his mechanical skill that they were able to get around him. His facilitation, his pathing, his intelligent play around the massive weapons that SKT has in their arsenal, that's what he was fantastic at. But we saw his Lee Sin at Rift Rivals. Like, this guy's mechanics are out of control. And just incredibly flashy.
And honestly, a lot of people wouldn't really know why Blank was in the lineup when he started. He did not look like a big upgrade on Bengi. He shared time with Bengi. Bengi was the one who brought them the championship, many people feel, at 2016 Worlds. But 2017 has been a new birth. How you play after you get competition like Peanut coming into the lineup could have gone either way. It could have really fallen away with a superstar coming in to contest his position, or he could have gone through the roof. And Peanut's win rate, you can see, has certainly not been stellar. And in kind of the shade of Peanut, Blank has loomed as the starting jungler, the strongest possible jungler for SKT1 in summer season.
Yeah, and you can do the math, of course. If Blank hasn't lost at all, then it's 100% of the losses are with Peanut on the roster here for SKT. And when it's 5-5, 50% on this kind of squad that has such an incredible record so far, 9 matches in a row being victories, it is question marks for Peanut, but it's not the man we're going to get today. It's going to be Blank, and Haru might be subbing in. I have a feeling that Game 2 could certainly be an option as far as Haru is concerned.
We definitely need a brackets S for the key position, and I'm not being sarcastic. I'm talking about how many different roles are going to be under the microscope. Crown was our spring season, regular season MVP. In summer, his Syndra, it's still firing. 6-0 if you include Rift Rivals. FLICKR has been FLICKR. The Talia has actually been the big pick for him. Don't know if we're going to see this particular matchup, given that it does to go mostly towards the side of the Syndra. But finding advantages for Crown has been something that Samsung have really struggled with in recent weeks. Then suddenly there's more pressure on Cuvée, who's having one of his best seasons. There's more pressure on Ambition, who has been up and down. And finding a way for Crown to find power to wield against FLICKR is one of the keys to success for Samsung in this series.
Yeah, and just the form that FLICKR is demonstrating as we see him on your screen, damage per minute being highest in the league and CS per minute as well. I mean, these are the stats you really want to be looking at. I mean, who really cares about how many kills you get in any specific game? Because that's going to be lower and higher based on the series that you're in, right? But CS always going to exist. Damage always needs to be done, and FLICKR, top of the league in that regard, well and truly sitting on his throne as we go into this series.
Throne was looking a little bit less imperious in that single game, you have to remember, though, on the Cassiopeia. Was kind of found out by Team WE in that game, so he's going to want to bounce back strong. This is the sort of match that you circle at the start of the season. You want to see it. First place versus second place. Potential preview of the season final, the world final. Who knows how many more times we'll see SKT versus Samsung in 2017.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We're not going to see it again for this cross-conference as well, Pub Smithy, because this is the second time that they've met. double round robin means that this is the last time until we get to those finals.
Very intriguing first ban by SKT. Thresh, a normal ban in this meta, but Core JJ is actually 0-1 on the season. It hasn't been a high priority for Samsung Galaxy at all. So not wanting to give it away, maybe that's a response to recent results. But a surprise to me to see it first ban. You're on blue side, you have a bit more latitude, but Wolf is 3-0 and Core JJ hasn't been playing it much. So with that deprioritization, surprised to see first ban Thresh.
Yeah, and we did see Bang play the Callista over in Rift Rivals. I'm not sure whether it is going to get banned away here because both of these AD carries haven't tried it so far in LCK, at least for the summer season. Galio going to be banned on the blue side, and now Samsung looking for what they want to take away. Elise is sticking out like a sore thumb.
Kalista Rakan is the premier duo, so leaving them open to Samsung, even with, like you say, Ruler not being a Kalista player on Bang's level, is intriguing to track. So a lot of junglers banned away. Rek'Sai does really come across as the big pick available. And interesting, Blank will be taking it over the Lee Sin, which was available. So they could have gone for Kalista and just taken Lee Sin as an answer to Rek'Sai. That would have been Ambition's pick. But they leave open power, and it seems like they're pretty confident that there won't actually be the Kalista Rakan draft from Samsung Galaxy.
Well, it is a dangerous one. Samsung are going to lock away the Varus, so definitely not the Kalista Rakan, but they can go Varus Rakan if they want to. And I'd like to see them pick it away from SKT.
Okay,
Sejuani locked in. QV possibly picking out something else, but maybe Ambition's going to take it into the jungle. Who knows?
And yeah, the crowd, Bang even on the screen, everyone's a bit surprised because we saw a bit of top lane Sejuani in week 1 and no Sejuani since the end of week 1. So Samsung already trying to pull a fast one. Is that going to be a support Sejuani, a jungle Sejuani, a top Sejuani? A lot of question marks given that we saw a support Kennen in our last game. Kalista Rakan is available for SKT to draft, and that was super high priority for them at Rift Rivals.
Yeah, there was definitely first round picking that one up in when they're on the red side in Rift Rivals. They were able to get their first 2 victories with that combination of champions, and it's a bit of a no-brainer to finish off the jungle and then pick up your bottom lane there as well. So,
and you look at the draft, you look at the first 5 picks, you're like, what's SKT won the draft? And maybe that will bore true as it goes on.
Do you say bore true?
It might bear true. But that was not a bit on the nose.
Depends which skin, because then it could bear true as well.
But it's really interesting to see that SKT have perhaps the strongest possible picks in the first round. And while Crown will claim Talia, very interesting to see how the draft goes from here, because on paper power and also the level that these picks are respected at, SKT have literally A tiers across the board.
Yeah, and now SKT can ban away supports as well and shore up some of Rakan's weaknesses in the early stages of the lane. Of course, Kallista's power in the early game can shore you up and get you through that, but now with more opportunities to get rid of things like the Zyra, things like the Karma as well, which may be SKT's next ban. Something like a Lulu is also available there as well. So Core JJ won't be snuffed out, but still getting rid of some of the options. Jack's going to be taken away from Huni.
And I really like the Jax ban because SKT, when they played with Huni at Rift Rivals, played around Huni's split push. 2 games of Jax, 1 game of Camille. Very much looking for a mismatch in the top lane to find their victories. But Samsung is almost certainly going to be able to have a Joker card here because no one knows where the Sejuani is going. It's going to be very difficult for SKT to draft a chance carry in the top side because they're going to be doing it with incomplete information.
Well, the Lulu is going to be taken away, so that lane pressure that you can put on with those 2 champions in the Zyra and the Lulu is now removed from the bottom side of the map. And that Karma does seem to be a somewhat understandable option here for Samsung if they want to go there, but expect SKT to possibly even pick that one up if it's not picked. And there's the Camille, taking it away from Huni and giving QV that split push on the top side, meaning that Ambition is going to be taking the Boar Lady. Bristle and Co. going to be heading into the jungle by the looks.
And even then, we're not 100% sure.
Yeah,
Atlas.
The support position could be happy. Oh.
There's a lot of ambiguity. The Sejuani is looking more and more like a jungler. It's still possible. With Cinderhulk being buffed on 713, you could understand the attraction. But Camille looks like it's going to be a top lane, and SKT are responding in kind. We're going for the skill matchup if we do have Camille versus Fiora in the top side. So still going to be Huni on a split pusher. They want to keep picking for him in the carry matchups. Gone are the choices in spring. It was tanks in spring, carries in summer, and okay, Kassadin's going to be the answer into Talia. If you're winning the map pressure around mid lane, just wait for level 6 on Kassadin, and then Kassadin starts winning trades against the Talia.
Yeah, and if you cover up the nameplates, this looks like a Longzhu composition, Papa Smithy. This is the sort of comp that they were picking towards the beginning of the split. course, Blank unable to get his Zac, which he does have a skin for as well, which would have been really cool to see. That one's going to be banned away, so not as similar, but man, the top side of the map, especially with the solo lanes, is certainly going to be that, and it will be the support locked in. So Braum was overlooked, does make it an easier matchup here for the Rakan, with a melee there instead of all the harass coming out from the range champions.
But it
So
means...
Samsung, yeah, Ambition going to be playing the Sejuani in the jungle.
Yeah, going for a control jungler. Rek'Sai doesn't always provide a lot of pressure in terms of the actual jungler versus jungler matchup. Will, of course, be able to affect lanes, but they're feeling like they have the latitude to draft very much a power-clear jungler in the Sejuani. Now, Sejuani does have the buffed Cinderhole, can pick up the Barmy Cinder, but 200 gold cheaper, so her item bridges in the early game are better. But this is a big risk, taking Sejuani into Blank, who may decide the game before Sejuani even gets access to her ultimate.
Yeah. Massive gauntlet to be thrown here, of course. It is game number 1, and it is a best-of-3 series this time around. But still, Bang and Wolf on the Kalista Rakan duo. You've got Blank getting the priority Rek'Sai pick for number 1. And then Kassadin from FLICKR for the first time in the summer season. Of course, was definitely a huge weapon in his arsenal way back in the day. And definitely still knows how to play the champion, but my God. This is dangerous stuff on both sides of the rift. We'll see whether the Sejuani gamble is going to pay off, or whether SKT are going to be able to roll right over the top. Let's get into game 1. Here we are onto the rift for game number 1, SKT versus Samsung. SKT fresh back from Rift Rivals. Samsung already with a game under their belt.
There's Coach Koma. Award skin in full display.
Adorable.
SKT didn't draft any of their new skins, sadly. Seeing Samsung walk in as a unit of 5, but just back away. A lot of interesting numbers and statistics about this series. Blank's 20-0, perhaps the most famous one, but we also have Bang, 25-2 career on the Kalista.
Yeah.
93% win rate, lost for the first time at the Kesper Cup in 2015 after going on a very long win streak, so a staple pick for him. It's first game of the year for Blank on Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai not much in meta, and Blank not playing a lot in spring season, perhaps is the reason for that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
And Ruler, most played this season by far is Varus. He's 12-2 on Varus, but it's that fact that he's played 14 games of Varus in a single season lets you know that it's ultra comfort for the side of Ruler.
Where I want to look when it comes to Samsung Galaxy is the top side of the map, because Cuvée certainly been playing a heck of a lot of Kled with 10 games under his belt, but has been the shining light for this team, especially if we have a look at his track record when it comes to Rift Rivals. We'll see whether this Camille versus Fiora matchup is going to work out in his favor, and whether once again he's going to be able to get those carry pants on, because his Gnar play was outstanding earlier on. Of course, a very different champion now, but just shows that he is in form when maybe some of the other players on his team have question marks associated with them.
Yeah, the carries in the top lane that are in his wheelhouse, like the Camille, are available and highly encouraged on patch 7.13. So a carry matchup into Huni in spring season, you would have been deathly afraid for the side of Cuvée, but in summer season, things look a lot better for him, as he's been able to find a lot of form, and Huni has struggled. First trade for Bang, not going so well.
I was going to say, being afraid makes a lot of sense here as Crown.
Really early roam.
Looking for the LMS special with the level 2 roam towards the bottom side of the map. Has been unspotted right now as Samsung looking to make their way in. Wolf should be able to battle dance, but does use the flash to get out of the way. Oh, very close to that threaded volley picking it up as Blank looking to get Ambition out of the jungle. We'll share a bunch of this farm as now Cuvée and Huni fighting it out on the top side of the map. There's the riposte. Really good trade.
Yeah, the flow-on effects of when you try to go bot lane this early means that Blank feels confident to move into the enemy jungle, knows that there's no Talia there to react, and top laners are also looking to collapse as well. Everyone on the ball in the early game.
And with the Kassadin picked up, Papa Smithy, what we haven't really spoken about yet is how unlocked this Talia is going to be. to get around the map because, of course, early levels, you're not going to have that wave clear. Thankfully, when you can stack up the Rift Walk, things like that, you can clear out a wave if, of course, the Talia isn't there.
Samsung have definitely had a team-wide call to start roaming because here's Core JJ.
Yeah, looking for the flash on the FLICKR, but does make his way back underneath the turret effectively.
That's definitely the good news story you're putting, which is the early game for the Talia. But as the game goes on, the 1-3-1 from SKT is going to be very, very powerful. Kassadin and also the Fiora in a side lane can both all-in Crown potentially and take him down. And such a swing matchup between Camille and Fiora. It's going to be one that has to be tracked. But going for these many carries, it's a lot of effort onto Blank to try to baby SKT through the early game. Because in the early game, even in the bot lane, there's a lot to like about Samsung. They're a bit more reliable as the game goes on.
Yeah, it does make more sense as sort of a very standard composition that we've been seeing here in the LCK. Of course, it does look on the side of SKT like a standard sort of composition that you put together if you are Longzhu Gaming, which you mentioned earlier on, but hasn't been one that's super easy to make work. Sort of all regions struggle when it comes to having these truly dedicated split push threats, and Huni is an example of a player that has been able to make it work, as Wolf is going to engage on the bottom side of the map. Unbreakable is going to be there to stop it from resulting in too much. Arctic Assault there from Ambition. Blank is knocked back, but doesn't worry about it. Normalcy returns to the Rift.
For how long, though, Atlas? I feel like this game could really evolve or devolve depending on which side you're on. Very quickly, if Kassadin can get control wards or at least the run of the skirmishing in the mid-game, then he can start going super aggressive against Talia. And Talia, just as a kit, doesn't have a lot of answers for a Kassadin once Rift Walk and a couple of levels and items go the way of the Kassadin. That's why Blank wanting the right side of the mid lane for FLICKR. There is a bit of inevitability about how the mid lane matchup will go, and there's no lead being established by Talia so far.
Well, Juve's going to get a really nice stun onto Huni, down to 200 health. Looking for that W again, doesn't find it. This Crown looking to make his way over. And he's going to find Huni running away. Will he have the riposte back up in time? Nope. This Crown picks up first blood with a threaded volley, and Samsung Galaxy move out to a great start. 600 gold, now the lead.
Yeah, being able to go Ghost Flash, he doesn't have to respect an Elise or an Ashe, means that he can just use the Ghost. Nowhere for Huni to go. Doesn't even bother to use Flash. There wasn't an outplay there because both summoners were available for the side of Crown. So first blood does go the way of Samsung Galaxy. And Samsung, compared to their other recent performances, are much further on the front foot. We've already seen 2 roams from Crown and a roam from Core JJ. They notice the scaling, they see the inevitability, and they try to answer it with their early pushing lanes by roaming very heavily.
And improvements from Crown are definitely a welcome sight here for Samsung fans at the same time. This guy has not been his MVP self from spring. And you have to remember that our expectations are very, very high when it comes to Crown. All right, some damage onto Ruler. Good Unbreakable from Core JJ, who's helping him out.
I agree with your estimation. I think Crown is the person whose performance is the most polar from where they were in spring season. You could argue that Cuve is also polar in that he's gotten a lot stronger. And the meta has also fit him in summer. But I think the big problem for Samsung is that when they had priority through mid lane in spring, you know, Crown so often would either have a counter matchup or he'd be able to heavily push out the enemy. And that meant that his jungler, who was Haru at the time, would be able to invade, play the battle ward. He was kind of Peanut, even though Peanut wasn't on the team. He was the one that was able to be the battle ward, go in super aggressively. Because Crown has frequently not had pressure, and his laning stats are actually middle of the pack or towards the bottom lane of the pack. He has negative gold difference at 10, negative CS difference at 10. He's largely been on the back foot in lane, and that's really put the onus on Ambition to make the solo missions. And we know that Ambition, when he's the one who has to set the tone of the early game, he sure can win early games. We've seen that smart play against Longzhu on Rek'Sai, but he can also lose them games. So the extra impetus on Ambition, I think, has led to more polarizing results recently from Samsung Galaxy.
Well, Ambition is going to hand over the blue buff to Crown, and Crown has to use his flash to get himself out of the way, but Blank still wants this fight. Arctic Assault not going to find anyone. The threaded volley as well goes wide. So SKT control this river and get a free flash out of Crown.
That part feels good. Trade of flash, though, as now Blank is going to have a lot less ganking presence on the Rek'Sai. Not an ideal trade, but Ghost will be back up soon from Crown, so we already saw how smart he was with his summoners at Rift Rivals on the Syndra.
Oh, yeah. Joy to watch.
This is a nice ganking path from Blank, though, even without the flash.
Yeah, there he is. There's the knock-up. Grand entrance as well for the bouncing castle, and Ruler is going to get himself to relative safety, but that's going to be it. And Blank picks up the kill with the Void Rush. Bang, so close to getting stunned, but they get themselves out, and SKT pretty surgical on the bottom side.
And the juggling of the aggro was super on point as well. They had to use a lot of summoners, all 4 from Bang and Wolf, but as the minion wave is pushing in, they get a kill, deny a huge minion wave from Ruler, and that answers all the aggression. Now is growing a CS lead for Bang in the bottom side.
Now Bang's going to get the priority back there as well, grabs an extra 2 daggers to what Ruler was able to pick up after his death. Bilgewater Cutlass, probably going to be a welcome buy, but feeling a whole lot better if you're Bang, as FLICKR avoids all of the threaded volleys. As Crown once again shoves him in. Ambition freely able to steal away the blue buff there as well. So nice pressure from Crown results in a buff steal.
Whenever you see Kalista getting ahead in bot side as FLICKR is matching farm on Kassadin versus Taliyah, sinking feeling starts for Samsung Galaxy. The only wild card here is Ambition, bringing back the jungle Sejuani for the first time this year. Was the top lane Sejuani for the Cinderhulk boss, but this is the first time we're seeing the jungle Sejuani.
Yeah, and if you remember, it was MVP that were able to utilize that Sejuani in the top lane quite effectively. As now Huni going aggressive. Grand Challenge is down. He wants to try and pop it, but no, not going to dash over the top. Oh, good lunge, gets himself out of the damage.
Gure was able to protect his backside Vital, which was probably their last bit of damage and healing to allow Huni to go for an all-in. Had flash up, but didn't use it. Feel like Huni a couple of weeks ago would have gone all in for that solo kill and then been frustrated if it was turned around.
Yeah, well, of course, knew that Cube had his as well, so Cube probably waiting for that flash to be used so he could counter flash underneath the turret. Pretty intelligent play, and like you say, reserved play as well. Not necessarily what we expect out of him all that often.
I mean, his place is really under fire. Maybe he wasn't feeling that at the start of the season after going to MSI and having a great spring season, but Untara has not lost either, just like Blank, so does get his starting spot. Rift Rivals, they could only take 1 substitute, so Untara couldn't be there. They have Untara in the squad today, but they choose to stay with Huni. And it feels like it's because SKT haven't been looking for team fights recently. At Rift Rivals, it was all about Jackson, Camille for the side of Huni. And they're sticking with 1-3-1 as a main identity here as well.
Well, Chains of Corruption are going to land here as Bang taking a lot of damage. Remember, the Fate's Call is available as Bang turns up at the right time. Glacial Prison is there for Ambition, but he doesn't throw it out. Bang is going to survive, so Ultimate's going to be traded around, but Bang still has his, even though their flashes are still down. In fact, no one on the bottom side of the map has any summoner spells apart from almost an exhaust from Core JJ.
That just wants to contest the control ward, and you start to see how SKT is significantly different with Blank, who wasn't playing in that loss against Team WE the last day of Rift Rivals, and with Blank, who just really is so precise about his movements. It feels like wherever he goes, at minimum he's clearing a control ward, but usually he's getting successful ganks off, he's applying pressure for his laners. He has been surgical in his performances, in summer season especially.
Well, now he's trying to get things started here in the mid lane, or in the mid game. Taking down his Rapt camp at the moment, but it has just been Blank holding on to where this game is at. He knows that the scaling advantage certainly there with SKT. And Huni has farmed himself back up to be ahead by a few CS, so he's obviously not worried about that first blood, especially with the fact that it went to Crown as well, so it doesn't directly affect Cube. Now Huni getting the good trades up against the Camille. Now going back, we'll see whether it's Tiamat into the Black Cleaver, whether he's going to complete the Ravenous Hydra. And it looks like it is going to be Tiamat being looked at.
Notice the team with Kassadin is actually the one starting the first Drake of the game, so Kassadin's been able to win the CS race in mid lane. Usually it's the drop-off in pressure that allows roams, which Samsung tried but largely failed. They're even able to pick up the first Mountain Drake as well, as it's not enough members of Samsung to walk up and contest, and SKT have pushed them under turret in the bot lane. It's a pretty big objective to pick up against the flow of the scaling for the side of SK Telecom T1. That part definitely feels great, and you come back to Ambition, who drafts the Sejuani here. Usually what you see is a much higher presence jungler in the early game. That's the meta, it's been the meta for a long time. But going for Sejuani early compliments to SKT. They could draft things like Kassadin and Fiora much more safely, because they weren't necessarily having to respect the level 3 ganks that other junglers in the meta were able to provide. So scaling became even more of a priority because they noticed the Sejuani and predicted it would be jungle.
I like it. I like the ambiguity of the Sejuani, but now that it is in the jungle, I mean, that was our first thought as well, and then thought, you know, maybe it could go somewhere else, and maybe it's just SKT taking a gamble on where they thought it was going to go, and then picking accordingly. Samsung looked to have played into their hands on that front just a little bit. Huni taking advantage of that up towards the top side, as you can see. His Ninja Tabi completed, as well as moving towards his Phage. QV will have that Trinity Force spike relatively soon. Still, the Fiora looks to be getting the better of this matchup as this game goes on.
It's a really even matchup because there's not a lot of gold on either side. There is significant windows of outplay, and itemization also can give different indications. You can go lifesteal on a Fiora and proc your vitals, then this is too much health and you can't be burst down by the Camille. You can just go for the Trinity Force and not necessarily match teleports and get turrets across the map. If you're the Camille, so there's a lot of different options.
Yeah, Wolf almost dying. Moves out of the way of the seismic shove before it spells his inevitable demise. He's going to move around and pick up more vision on this bottom side of the map. FLICKR is actually roaming up towards the top side of the map. Blank in tow, but he's going to stop off at the Gromp and not actually seen by that ward. Yeah. Grand Challenge comes in. Huni.
Optimistic.
Yeah, looking to bop this Camille around. Remember, Ambition, he's turning up. Now FLICKR, decent damage over the fat side of the wall with the Rift Walk. Nicely done. Crown looking to make his way up and meet them, but Blank's here. Just jockeying for position at this stage of the game as Ambition's going to get knocked up. Takes so much damage. The Winter's Wrath, not enough. And now Blank. FLICKR's actually the one that picks up that kill, and FLICKR continues to go aggressive. Seismic Shove doesn't find anything. Walking on the pebbles, but just doesn't seem to mind about it too much. And now 2-1 is the kill score in favor of SKT, despite Samsung having a slight gold lead.
And just a really poor read of the map by Ambition, who, once again, we have to put the eyes on him. He felt strong enough to be able to walk through an area where SKT had solo vision. He couldn't know how much vision, but he had to know there wasn't much from the side of Samsung. It was completely barren. He walks up. He's collapsed on by the two people he saw earlier. Should have been smarter. Should have taken a longer route. Instead, went directly and met his demise.
Yeah. We can see Bang & Wolf back to just farming things out towards the bottom side of the map. 11 CS is going to be the lead for the Kalista Rakan. We still haven't seen a Fate's Call. We still haven't seen the disgustingness that this combination of champions can offer. Feels like there are a lot of things that are on lay-by here for SKT. They've invested in the Kassadin, the Fiora, and this Kalista Rakan combination that's more about the Rakan getting all of his buttons rather than the Kalista, who is strong in the early game.
And some analysts from other leagues have asked me, why so much Kalista priority? Because Kalista is very high priority in Korea, 100% contested in recent series after Rift Rivals, and not so much in other regions. Big reason is because it does empower supports. We'll finish the point in a moment, though.
Yeah, Crown is going to set up the wall. Fate's Call comes in here as now SKT wanting to start this one off, but Wolf unable to find the knockups. One teleport is invested. FLICKR is going to make his way down to the bottom side of the map. So the next Weaver's Wall going to be a little bit more impactful as Crown has to once again flash out of the way, and his Ghost now also on cooldown.
No object is going to be picked up by SKT. They can put down some deep vision, try to catch Crown in transition, but he's already with the rock serving passive. Safe to get in between turrets.
Yep. Just shows the aggressiveness that SKT are throwing in, though. Bang still getting these resets on the rend, and FLICKR making his way back around. Yeah, both of these champions able to take this cute little route in towards the bottom side of the map. Bang's going to turn up once again, and FLICKR's going to be able to pick up his kill this time. Second kill of the game, and QV exploding with so much damage. Hookshot is going to get him out of the way, but Blank is behind the turret. Ambition unable to keep up the aggression, and SKT just, they take the one kill, and they'll move on out. But Crown able to take first brick in the mid lane.
Yeah, but it probably will be two turrets in top and bot lane for SKT and the kill. Second time Ruler has gone down. Ambition far too late and was never going to do anything in a 1v3. Just ends up donating his flash to the enemy side. Like once again, it's been all over the map, and Ambition has been second at every ask.
Like actually walking into that Winter's Wrath, just showing Ambition exactly how much he doesn't fear him. Huni going towards his Trinity Force as well, so not going to be the Black Cleaver this time. The full split push powerhouse Fiora.
Does mean that whenever QV feels pressured enough to leave lane, which given they're losing teamfight after teamfight, will probably be the next time his teleport is up, Fiora can very quickly split push down an inner turret. Looks like Huni not going to be interested in grouping till he hits 3-4 item points, which on Fiora is probably pretty much fair enough.
Yeah.
But just coming back to the Kalista point, it is the empowering of supports like Kalista and the initiation supports that are in meta. Think of what's meta now. Thresh, Alistar, Rakan. It is all about hard engage from the support role, and especially with the Kalista Rakan, your engage range is almost the entire length of the screen. Even when the OGN Observer uses the zoom hacks and zooms out, still Kalista Rakan can cover that sort of distance. And adding reliability to the kind of inevitability that is flash quickness from the Rakan, I mean, he has the same sort of presence when his ult is down, is very impressive.
Well, Ultimatum comes in and Wolf is in a lot of trouble. There's no Kalista to pull him out of that one as Fate's Call was too far away. It's an easy pickings onto that Rakan and will spell a Mountain Drake for Samsung to equal that of SKT.
Fiora will just enter the top lane. It's going to stick around there. Huni's not going to teleport down. Kassadin just around the area. That time Wolf just caught away. Wasn't even able to Fate's Call him out. Nothing he could do. So first little advantage to Samsung. And it'll feel good for them, but the scaling and also the Kassadin hitting 10-stack Rod of Ages at 20 minutes is a bigger problem to consider.
Yeah, and I believe FLICKR actually had that pre-10 minutes. Pre-10 minute Rod of Ages is pretty silly. Of course, I believe 10 minutes is how long it takes to stack it up, so that would make a heck of a lot of sense. Still, only behind a very small amount of farm. Patronization aside from Pop Smithy.
Siege, very poor from the side of SKT, but the 1-3-1, like we said, is their strength.
The catch potential as well, looking pretty good as FLICKR jumps on top of Ambition. Pretty tanky right now as Blank should be able to steal away this red buff, and in fact, FLICKR picks that one up for himself. I'm going to create a split push threat out of the Kassadin as well as he heads towards the top side of the map. Huni has taken up shop towards the bottom side. We've reached item parity, however, for the top laners as Cube has his Trinity Force done. There's an Elixir of Wrath in the back pocket of Huni. He's wanting to make sure that he can win these fights if they do erupt.
You don't have to see that this early in the game.
Okay, Blank. That's aggressive. 1 versus 3. Make that 4. His Crown's going to turn up as well. Baron spawned about 30 seconds ago.
No Rift Herald in this game. That's wasn't contested, wasn't really set up around. So many dives at the bot side means there was never control wards on the top side, and thus no Rift Herald claim. Would have been SKT's given that they had the early pressure, but Sejuani and Rek'Sai, neither of them the best at doing an early Rift Herald.
Now that Siege that you mentioned being a problem is going to start up here for SKT in the mid lane.
Doesn't really do anything. You know, Kalista definitely has to keep peeling back. Kassadin, Fiora, if they were grouped. It's all melees basically in Kalista, so not like there's any real range on a Rakan either. So for now, it's much more about team fighting and playing the map.
All right, FLICKR going toe-to-toe with Crown. Banshee's Veil working out. Grand Entrance does come in. Decent knock-up, but there's the Weaver's Wall and the Glacial Prison there at the same time. Bang is going to get taken down. A Fate's Call is nice, but Crown's easily going to pick up that kill, and the bottom lane just evaporates, and this is what happens when you're not the one making the proactive play.
But it's a big mistake from SKT. Why are they pushed up around the enemy Raptors and mid lane with this team comp? They didn't need to be grouped there, and Samsung, against the run of play, just start up Baron.
Yeah, and they're going to have a lot of damage on this one as well. Already down to half health. That Mountain Drake helping out as Blank wants to make the hero play. FLICKR getting in here as well. That Force Pulse is looking deadly, and this could be a death pit now. He does steal it! Blank wants to defend his perfect record, and he's looking to make his way out as well. Oh my god, FLICKR picking up Ambition. Huni grabbing the kills. The ultimatum actually working for SKT. As Huni eventually falls down. It is a double for Cube, but they save it with the Baron, and Blank escapes.
Blank once again is the MVP, looking for 21-0, gets the steal. Could prove so important for the side of SKT. Samsung thought they had done it. They had a control ward in the pit, but watch Blank. The seismic shove super good from the side of Crown, but FLICKR is providing him the vision. Even if they didn't have the control, it was actually an SKT controller, so they had perfect information. They relied on Ambition's Smite. He lets them down, and after one good play from Samsung, they can't actually turn the momentum, and now SKT once again are in control.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it was so close to a wipe in that pit as well. 3 versus 4. As Cube had to make his way round from the side. Did turn into a 3 versus 5 situation in favor of Samsung. That steal is so important. I believe it's only Blank that has that Baron as well. I'm pretty sure Bang and Wolf are very close to respawning. I don't quite remember the exact timing, so it feels like Rek'Sai will need to be followed to try and utilize this Baron.
I mean, the buff being denied from SKT is so massive, though. The gold is one factor, but the bigger factor is that SKT, the one criticism of the comp is poor wave clear. Their siege is not great, and thus their wave clear is not great. So the ability for Samsung to push with Baron might have meant the objectives to actually take down SK Telecom.
Oh, Seismic Shove has to be flashed. Good respect given by FLICKR.
Baron no longer an objective means that SKT can just return to the normalcy of the 1-3-1 that suits their comp so well. They've been hitting their item spots, already Lichbane onto the side of Kassadin. They need to use defensive teleports as Bang's fishing.
Yeah, Fate's Call's going to come out. Nice knock-up as the Grand Entrance comes in as well. 2 members CC'd as CoreJJ makes his way out. Rend not going to do too much work as FLICKR just Rift walks his way over the wall. Crown doesn't find the engage that they're looking for any sort of pick-off. And in fact, Weaver's Wall doesn't do a heck of a lot to this composition, as all of them can find a way over without expending a flash.
SKT know that they need a pick to actually break mid lane turret. Mid lane turret is the hardest objective for them to claim against a strong wave clear from Samsung without a couple of kills. Why they were caught fishing around mid lane turret and almost led to a Baron for Samsung. SKT try their lock, don't find anything, back away. Now Samsung's hard committed on a red buff.
Yeah, now Blank's looking for the engage. Does find one of the knockups as Unbreakable. Wrong direction there for CoreJJ. Has to make his way out of this fight. Grand Challenge does go down, but Huni taking so much damage. He's still alive. Lunges his way around an Ambition. Oh, the stick's being pulled out's not enough, but Blank's going to get it with an Unburrow. FLICKR trades his life, and it is Cuvée that picks up that kill. 1-for-1 trade in the end, and FLICKR, after the teleport, does find his end. So nicely played. Pings towards the top side of the map for SKT.
Samsung had to use multiple flashes to bail out. They realized they were heavily grouped against a Kalista and didn't want to see any Ren sets come out. No Hurricane this early in the game. If Hurricane was completed, maybe that would have been a different fight. Went for the QSS to be able to push up in lane. A 1-for-1 and just shutting down the Kassadin. It's probably fine from the perspective of Cuvée, and Samsung's best news story is that there's a lot of gold on Cuvée, who's looking to hit 2-item parity with Huni in the near future.
Yeah, very close to grabbing it. As there it is, Ravenous Hydra completed. Control Ward in the back pocket as well, unable to grab the Ruby Crystal that Huni has in advantage over the Camille. So, like you said, item parity, despite the fact that there's a 50 CS advantage for Huni, doesn't quite have the 3-0-2 scoreline that Cuvée has got up for himself.
The CS lead definitely represents the fact that Camille has been grouping more, trying to make it to fights, whereas Fiora didn't use her teleport for the first time till around 14 to 16 minutes into the game. Cuvée used his much earlier. You have the same CS advantage for Crown in the mid lane, who just has been pushing in waves while FLICKR has been roaming.
Yeah, as you can see, Blank gonna get into stun range from Ambition to stack up the Frosties. Bang does have the inside track, yeah.
They're happy to trade a Drake for the mid lane turret. We already said hardest objective for SKT to take right now is the mid lane outer turret. They will continue to be frustrated. Them picking up a Baron without ever breaking mid lane turret. It was a steal, but that was massive for the side of SKT. Baron walks up, needs to be careful. Huni's level 16.
Yeah. CoreJJ is here to help him out, but a good riposte could turn this one around as there's the Grand Challenge. Good movement from Crown, who does have the Ryle's Crystal Scepter, and Huni's going to be taken down, but a lot invested. 4 members on the top side of the map, and FLICKR now going to set up shop down bottom side.
Ambition going for full Cinderhawk scaling with a very early Warmogs rush, actually,
yeah.
A second item, just a health tank. Play the Ruin King going to be doing a lot of value against Sejuani.
I'll see what the FLICKR builds a Leandri's Torment to try and deal with it.
Nope, not going to do that.
Definitely. Huni, though, does 6% health damage, so Ambition does need to be careful trying to match that of the Fiora. See whether he goes for something crazy. Of course, you get a Locket next, and you're going to have a gigantic shield to give to the rest of your teammates if you're jumping in there.
Samsung want to make the next Baron the real flare point for this game. Almost perfect around the first Baron, 1 interrupt, but Flash was up on Rek'Sai and Blank did the rest. They can pick up a Baron, then it really negates the split push pressure that SKT is able to put down. They can look for a turret dive. Ambition can certainly tank turrets for a while with all the health that he has, but it's a big what if. There's no guarantees around the Baron, as Blank already showed. Samsung's comp If they're spread apart the map, it'll continue to be level leads for Huni, level leads for others on the side of SKT. They want to make the map thinner, does Samsung Galaxy.
Well, Huni's trying to stop that from happening, Pop Smithy, on the bottom side of the map. Cuvée turns up, but there's vision available, and the Longzhu is going to help Huni keep his distance.
Relative parity with the Baron spawn is FLICKR's teleport as well. Have a lot of options there. You can see Samsung trying to group around mid lane. They realize the inevitability of FLICKR on Cassidy in top, but no way for them to answer it.
You can see Wolf unable to clear out the control ward. Samsung's top side of the river. Huni continues to win this split push battle, shoving the waves ever closer to this inner turret on the bottom side of the map. FLICKR has moved over to the blue buff. We'll start that one up as Baron has respawned. Now the dance begins anew. A lot of vision for SKT around the Baron pit. Now they've set themselves up so that Samsung won't be able to just freely start that one. And we'll see whether the bottom lane is going to keep themselves safe. Not allow for any more of these catches. Weaver's Wall now going to be invested. Bang moves himself to the correct side. There's
Crown.
the Fate's call. They're going to turn it all the way around, and Crown is going to get obliterated. They've traded 1-for-1 though, as Wolf was sacrificed in this fight. Good redemption comes in.
He's still
Lots
alive.
of damage now as Blank is going to fall down as well, and Ambition still survives. Bang trying to kite this one out, but doesn't get the kill onto Ambition. Still moving back. That's going to be the solo kill on the bottom side as now Ruler continues his aggression, but can't get the last auto. And Huni's the one that's going to get the objective.
Yeah, good news stories for both teams. Ruler's ability to kite and also kite back was the reason that they were able to win the skirmish there, but they can't stop Baron because Huni's going to take an inhibitor.
Yeah, they all have to back away now, and this tower should fall down. There are loads of pings, but look at this. The Trinity Force, the Ravenous Hydra, so much damage. He'll now go back, get himself the Randuin's Omen. This is going to be one hell of a Fiora to deal with in the late game.
They ping onto Baron, but FLICKR has teleport when he spawns. So hard to evaluate. But let's watch the fight again and watch how much work Ruler does. Crown actually messes this up, jumps off the wall straight into a Rek'Sai, but they can't DPS him down fast enough through heal and other abilities. But watch Ruler, falls low, flashes back, and then his ability to A-move backwards. He gets so many autos, they run out of range on the Rek'Sai, and Bang can't just ignore Ambition. So you think, okay, Samsung have done it. They're going to get a second Baron. But Huni, he had item advantage in the bot lane from all the free CS he picked up. Samsung is still trying to brute force down the Baron.
It's below half health now as the teleport does come in. Samsung move themselves away from the Baron, and Huni's actually going to complete it. Shoved back, there's more damage coming in, but Cuvée finds his way into the backline. Good Zhonya's from FLICKR as the Fate's Call does come in. Bang, still doing a lot of work, but FLICKR already dead. Huni trying to find Cuvée, but oh my god, Crown is just going to boop him over the wall and pick that one up. Bang, he's locked back as well, but look at the health bars on Samsung. Bang might have an opportunity to get something done, but Wolf, he's going to fall. Bang falls as well, and it's now only Blank there, but the Weaver's Wall, that's going to catch out the cute little Rek'Sai, and he's now going to fall at the same time. That is going to eventually be the wipe, the ace, and Samsung Galaxy moving it up the mid lane.
The perfect ace as well. No one goes down. Another fight where FLICKR is about an amp term away from having enough damage. Take down Ruler. Once again, he survives on this Varus. They're going to take the mid lane turret. They'll get the Baron for certain as well. I thought Samsung, when they backed off and didn't take Baron as a trade for their bot lane inhibitor, had given up hope of control around Baron. But SKT never being able to claim the mid lane outer turret has meant they could never make the sort of Baron plays they love to around 20 to 25 minutes. And this will be a free Baron to Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, Baron is going to be picked up now. Samsung able to go back, grab some more money, grab some more items, sorry, with all of the gold that they picked up.
Huni completes his teleport. He feels like he has to be there. He gives up a lot of his life, but you think FLICKR's going to burst down Ruler. First exhaust comes through, then the stun is there onto Ruler, not enough. He continues to kite back, he gets a shield through from the locket, I believe, stays alive, and then there's no more threat on him. Huni doesn't have access to the backline. Rek'Sai doesn't have access to the backline. The front line is gone from Bang, and it isn't the 2-item Kalista being able to free hit, but there's no one in the front line to allow her to do so.
Yeah. Just Samsung kiting out and controlling aggro so incredibly effectively. Cuvée surviving with nothing. Ruler surviving with nothing. Now Samsung move over. They want to grab their third dragon of the game. Will be another mountain. Will make the next Baron all that more easy to pick up. Vision able to smite that one away. No steal. Wolf's Q Does no damage at all. That would have been an incredible one. We've seen some crazy things, but that would be probably the most impressive.
We're seeing SKT not able to execute on a 1-3-1 comp where they have significant power and the side. They might get Ruler finally.
Yep, Zhonya's has to be invested here as there's the knockbacks. Ruler eventually does fall down. So they're trying to get themselves this turret. Now the rest of Samsung are going to turn up. Really good locket usage to give them that big shield as now Huni jumps his way forward. Rend is going to slow down Ambition, but he's so incredibly tanky. They'll take down the turret, now the minion wave as well, and against the flow of play, SKT will start taking objectives.
Against the Baron buff as well, they finally take down mid lane Outer at 33 minutes. Their comp wasn't set up to do this. They want to dive again.
Yeah, another knock up onto Ambition. There's the grand entrance as well, slowing him down again. Arctic Assault used to get out, and that will spell the inner turret falling. And you'd think that SKT were the ones to take the Baron because they've already taken 2 turrets off him.
Yeah, taking down Ruler and Crown having to poke around the sides means they haven't had the wave clear to be able to stop and thwart SKT like they could for 33 minutes. Ruler living in those 2 fights was the difference between SKT snowballing out of control and Samsung getting a fight on their terms. The game should not be played on Samsung's terms when we saw Huni solo kill Camille in a side lane, and FLICKR with teleport, who hasn't been able to actually enter a side lane because Samsung is just starting Baron because they know that's the only area where they can actually win and force a 5v5.
Yeah. They weren't even able to do that successfully, and then turning it around on a dime so quickly against Samsung, getting that pick onto Ruler. He's got his Infinity Edge now. This Varus is very, very strong. Remember the dive that SKT have. Just because Ruler's been playing exceptionally well that it hasn't necessarily worked for SKT.
He's really good at doing damage, but he's very low on and very brittle. He only has a null magic mantle and the lifesteal. Now he does have Locket coming through and also the face of the mountain from Core JJ. So it's double shield situationally from the Braum, but FLICKR finds access and doesn't have to respect and exhaust. He can certainly pop.
Well, now defending this turret is going to be very, very difficult. Huni's towards the top side of the map, and SKT have to give up 2 turrets in a row.
This is the power of the Baron buff. They don't have the wave clear to stop Samsung from moving forward, and Ambition can threaten an all-in under turret because he's so tanky.
Incredibly tanky, but now the teleport's coming in. They're looking for the flank turret. He's going to fall down first as Bang has a lot of spears now into Samsung Galaxy. FLICKR is going to start this one up. Fantastic knock-up from Wolf, who's getting in with the quickness. Everyone's charmed, but Ruler's able to take down the Kassadin. Huni's looking for the backline, but he's getting focused, getting destroyed, lunges his way out, but now isn't doing anything, and Blank is just going to fall. Ambition picks up that kill, and once again, Ruler now utilizes the lifesteal, and he kited that out beautifully.
The super tanks, just no way for Kalista to pound through the first one. Ends up just putting in damage to multiple members, but not being able to kill anyone. By the time the teleporter completed, they'd already lost their inhibitor turret. And Samsung Galaxy keep grouping as 5, and they want to try and end the game.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall comes in to split off SKT. That's just going to stop the minions from coming in and blocking off the minion wave. Now Samsung focusing on the turrets, but can SKT actually get anything? Huni jumps into the backline, good riposte, and he picks up 1 kill. Grand Challenge almost gives him his health back, but that is going to be the trade only onto Crown.
Respawns.
And now they're looking for the last inhibitor the last Nexus turret, but they can't get there. There's no minions.
Here's Kassadin teleporting behind.
Yeah, Face Call comes in. Wolf doesn't use the grand entrance, and FLICKR now looking to jump on top of Ruler if he can. They've got the vision.
They have to kill Ruler.
Yeah, in goes Cube. He's looking for Bang. The Hextech Ultimatum comes down, and Ruler is just going to cut this one off.
Ambition's just chasing away both FLICKR and Wolf, wasting their time. He's so stupidly tanky.
It's ridiculous how tanky this guy is. Has the Winter's Wrath, so he's going to slow them down. Eventually, FLICKR grabs it with the Lichbane proc. But now Samsung Galaxy should be able to move back, grab themselves the last Nexus turret, and take game 1.
You're going to push together. Now, Core JJ's low. It's probably smart to back. They'd love to end the game here, but there's not the option to do so. FLICKR's going to roam through. He realizes they doesn't have to recall. He sees they aren't actually going to try to go that Nexus turret. He's going for a walk. He probably has the timer on red buff, and he'll get some Raptors, I guess.
Okay, interesting. Thought that Samsung probably could just move up, take the last remaining Nexus turret, but FLICKR's going to take the red buff away from them, and we are going to reach some normalcy. Blank about to respawn, Bang there as well. He has Mercurial Scimitar, and thankfully also has now the last Whisper. I feel like FLICKR probably could have killed Ruler there. But Cuvée was backing him up.
Not often is Ruler going to be alone at 38 minutes, so perhaps smart to just finish the bat.
I would have definitely been better there.
Let's come back and talk about ambition. We talked about, okay, he's giving up a lot. Castan's going to be able to get strong. Fiora's going to be able to get strong. They're going to win the 1-3-1. All those things proved true.
Yeah.
But the thing that we didn't really factor in is that the Kalista was drafted, and super tanks that can dive a Kalista, which aren't in the meta at all. Mundo's nowhere around the meta. He sort of picks out there. You can say that Ambition, with this much tankiness, can sit on Kalista, and there's only so much Kalista can do. He's solo zoning her out of many of these fights.
Yeah. And the Glacial Prison, if Bang ever comes anywhere near a fight, that Mercurial Scimitar will have to be off cooldown for that to work, as Crown takes full round from FLICKR, who has a Rift Walk to get himself out again. Blue buff, thankfully, on the Kassadin, so we'll be able to stack that one up and do massive damage to the backline.
Samsung continue to make this map now. They continue to group as 5. For now, SKT, even at 5 items, a lot of them have not found a way to actually end the game. And even with amazing initiation on the side of SKT, Samsung are holding strong, and Ruler is just about surviving through fights. But if he dies, the fight is over.
Oh, yeah. Now Samsung have a 3-Dragon Elder to look at, setting themselves up around it. Ambition just wanting to make sure that he's that beefy frontline, so close to 5,000 health as FLICKR clears out the minion wave and does bait out the Chains of Corruption from Ruler as well. Baron is the option, and Samsung just walk in and start it up.
They use the Weaver's Wall to stop a couple, but FLICKR will jump over. They can peel off whenever they want. Ambition doesn't take damage anymore.
Oh, Blank's actually going to tunnel himself out of the way, so they are going to give up the Baron. Now they're looking for Cuvée. He's going to be taken. Now a 5 versus 4 as SKT jump in over the top. Can they actually get the work done? It's Huni launches in the backline. Great quickness from Wolf as well, as Ruler once again kiting this one out. He's still so incredibly good at kiting. And they are going to pick that one up. It is going to be Blank falling eventually, and they just could not kill the Varus.
It doesn't matter how many they send at him, they cannot kill him through all the shields and all the peel. Bang is alive alone in this scenario. They just want to end the game, and I think Samsung's done it.
Yep, Samsung are just moving themselves down. Bang's trying to hold on to the minion wave, but who cares? There are minions streaming in through the bottom lane. Nexus turret is going to fall itself, and Samsung Galaxy will finish this one off. This is why Ruler picks the Varus so often. Just played it so well, and the rest of the team around him, they're just allowing this Varus to be a turret.
Samsung are moving to 3-0 against SK Telecom in the summer season. The 2-0 had the Astros being straight after MSI. You can put up your hands as SKT fan and say, well, of course, 9 match wins later, Game 1 goes to Samsung. It looked tough. SKT had so many different trump cards. The Kassadin in the late game, free farmed. The Camille losing to the Fiora in the side lanes, also free farmed. But with the specific pick of the Sejuani, who was really, we weren't sure, is it going to be jungle, is it going to be top, is it going to be support? It ended up being jungle, and it forced the Kalista to waste all her damage. She was never able to actually spread the spears onto other members. They couldn't do damage, and okay, one person after one person kept diving after Ruler, but the peel was on point from Samsung Galaxy, and Ruler was a god.
Yeah, Ruler was incredible. And Huni unable to make the team fight Fiora necessarily work as well.
And the number was 20. Blank made 20 games before he was finally defeated. That is the first defeat for Blank in 2017. I wonder who we'll see in the next game. Will we see Untara? Huni had a great game on Fiora, but the prioritization on Fiora Kassadin was one of the problems there for SKT, who couldn't just fall into late game team fighting. Will we see Peanut? Seems unlikely with his recent struggles, but Blank finally goes down. He wasn't the problem, neither was Huni. But the end result, Samsung, really against expectation, win Game 1.
Yeah, and they do so through ambition. The man on your screen right now, the Sejuani pick was fantastic. His play was fantastic. And the way that Samsung played around what their composition was able to deliver was just so expertly coordinated. So those questions that we have most certainly been answered in game number 1, but game number 2 may tell a different story. SKT in a 3-game series is a difficult one to topple, and we'll see whether they can come back right after the break.
as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. Samsung have been able to pip SKT at the post in game number 1. You can see Ruler topping the damage charts. Incredible play out of this guy's Varus.
And his buddy Crown was also on point in the late game team fights as well, mopping up a lot of them by being able to kite back everyone with their sights turned onto Varus, but never did it feel fully coordinated from SKT.
Yeah.
Because they were forced into fights, they couldn't 1-3-1. They were really over-prioritizing diving the backline because they didn't really have a lot of other options. They didn't have wave clear to stand toe-to-toe. In a 5v5, they could never break the outer mid lane turret. The end result was Ruler and Crown kiting back and Sejuani sitting on the Kalista, stopping her from being a factor in most of the fights. Ruler will win the MVP. The team fights and the tank meta being brought back by this super tank Sejuani was what allowed Samsung to come back into the game.
Yeah, and just incredible pick-off here that leads to the Baron, which Blank is able to steal then after that point, which did put a little bit of a dampener on Samsung. Otherwise, did look fantastic. Crown hops off the wrong side, but it just doesn't seem to matter. Look at Ruler, flashes, and then they can't kill him. And it happens so often.
Yeah, it was pretty much the tone of the game. So much kite back on to Ruler. One person would dive. Huni coming from the other direction. Seismic shove, wonderful from Crown. He's also able to do damage, kiting back. Both Ruler and the Talia from Crown able to kite back and do damage, whereas SKT were melee champions trying to burst down a single target. The super tank, the difference, but also the range damage. Felt like SKT tunneled too hard on laning advantages, and then because Samsung just reduced the game into 3 or 4 team fights in the Baron area, the 1-3-1 meant so little as the game went on.
Yeah. And this was, you can see, actually, Bang did manage to actually get in there and throw in some spears, but Crown and Ruler both just get behind their big tanks in Core JJ and Cuva and Ambition, and just, that's enough. That was 5 versus 4, and Samsung come out ahead.
Waiting to see if there's any roster changes going in to game 2. SKT certainly could mix with the formula, but the fact that we're not hearing that music track suggests to me that actually we're going to see the same SK Telecom T1.
You can see Bang, some concern in his eyes, but this is the scary SKT that we've come to know. SKT in a series as opposed to SKT in a best of 1, because now you've got Coma sitting behind the team, dissecting what went wrong, making sure that that can't happen again, and Samsung need to have another plan of dispatching SKT now on the other side of the rift.
Crown going for that power nap, the battle nap you might call it.
The meditation, the murder meditation.
Seconds away from our second draft. I think we will see some adaptations from SKT. Last round draft of Fiora Cassidy could have been the difference, but ended up largely forcing them into some bad play patterns they couldn't really carry.
Yeah, I had some question marks there, Papa Smithy, because I loved the draft up to that point. You know, Rek'Sai, Kalista Rakan.
What's not to love?
That's absolutely fantastic. And then they target the bottom side of the map. Core JJ, of course, sitting there with only his Brawn to pick up after the Camille is picked immediately after the second round of bans. And up until this point, I'm like, SKT, this is glorious. You've created an absolute joy to watch here in the draft phase. And then Fiora Cassidy's locked in. And what they've done is just gotten rid of any sort of hope of wave clearing underneath the turret if things ever go badly for them. There's no fallback plan. It's not like they have to win and they have to be able to 1-3-1 in order to win the game. And normally, SKT compositions have more facets than that. They have more ways out, more, I guess, different mechanics that you can utilize in different scenarios in the game, and it just felt like it was too one-dimensional.
I think that's a really good read in general. I think the Fiora part was fine. It was split pushing successfully against the Camille, and that has been the play style of SKT, as I'm assuming we have a couple small issues, so we're going to be on screen for a moment, but I echo your point. It's because it was Fiora Kassadin that they did have no fallback. I'm looking at their draft against the Flash Wolves at Rift Rivals. That was the Jax top lane, which of course similar flavor to the Camille and stuff like that. But it was Taliyah mid lane. So you can run both a top lane carrier, a risky pick in the Fiora, and the Kalista. That part is fine. So I love the Kalista Rakan, I love the Jax, but the big issue is you need wave clears from somewhere. Otherwise, Samsung could just, like we saw, rush Baron, force fights around Baron, 5,000 health, Cinder Hulk, Sejuani, it felt like, could keep peeling off Baron looking for the spots. And SKT, with all their melee champions, specifically the Kassadin, could never break the outer mid lane turret, and thus them doing Baron, which would have potentially really snowballed the game for them. They only got a steal. They were lucky to get the steal. An actual serious setup for Baron was never possible because they couldn't break that turret.
Yeah, couldn't quite get in there. And of course, the inhibitor turret did fall down, so Huni's successful in the split push, but otherwise, it just ultimately didn't really mean anything because Samsung, even at a gold deficit, you remember, at the point where they turned the game around, were able to so convincingly win these fights. There is a slight audio issue, things going wrong with mics inside the booths on the side of SKT, so that's why we're just holding back for a little bit, having a little bit of League of Talking for the moment before we get into this next game. But I think that that draft is such an interesting thing to talk about, that it's a sort of good time to have a technical issue like this, just because I feel like if SKT shore up that side of the draft, the next game will be very, very different because despite everything, they were still being able to pull ahead in the early game. In the laning phase, in these matchups that shouldn't necessarily work so well with the comp that they had been running because of the scaling factor, of course. And they were still able to do it, right? So if they do manage to shore that up, then things will go a whole lot better. And I have a feeling this will be a 3-game series. No matter who takes it, I just feel 3-game series in my bones.
And I don't think it was lost at draft. I know some people will say, well, disrespectful, lost at draft. Remember, they had a huge jungle mismatch in Rek'Sai versus Sejuani in the early game to help baby through a Kassadin who needs a jungle advantage and jungle pressure. So the control ward's coming in, and Rek'Sai's pathing around bot side, got SKT advantages in the early game, but they reached that point where Samsung could keep focusing on the Baron, and the draft did fall apart in that scenario. So if they had gone a different way, if they'd actually been able to play around the Fiora's pressure in general, I think the game would have gone fine for SKT. But because they went double melee, made a couple mistakes, lost some fights, then their time was over.
Yeah, at that point, sort of have to just watch the game fall away. But now, moving over to the other side of the map, red side has been a powerful side of the Rift on this particular patch, and now Samsung with a little bit more flexibility when it comes to bans, but SKT able to get that counter pick and those 2 first priority picks instead of just the 1.
Where they put their bans here will be interesting. We had a lot of question marks about the ban at Thresh in Game 1, given the core JJ's only played a single game of Thresh in the summer season, and it was a loss. So I have to feel like that one will be left open. Still could be locked in. It's not like core JJ can't play Thresh. It's been a pick for him in the past, but a priority first ban on blue was a surprise and left open comfort, like, for example, the Varus on the side of Ruler. There are the auto bans required on red side, so Zac and Caitlyn do have to be banned away. LeBlanc bans in both drafts, very interesting against FLICKR, as I guess they don't feel like Crown has an option to beat him in the 1v1 against LeBlanc.
Yeah, and it might mean that Samsung are looking for Taliyah once again. See whether they are able to pick that one up, as Jax is the final ban, but there are still a lot of priority picks. Galio's standing out. Rek'Sai, Thresh. I mean, Kalista Rakan did just lose a game, but that is still a formidable bottom lane.
Yeah, Kalista's been first picked in series as recently as yesterday, so you're right, a lot left up, and SKT waiting for that call from Coma. What will the final ban be? They do choose to ban the Galio. You'd imagine Rek'Sai is the highest priority, but Samsung haven't been a Kalista comp in the past. Doesn't mean they can't necessarily look at it here.
Yeah, Varus is of course still available, but Taliyah is given all of that priority. Crown did have a fantastic game, and the way they played around him was also brilliant, plus denying it from FLICKR, another fantastic idea. So Samsung, I completely can get behind that first pick option, but now SKT, 2 big picks available to them.
And they could just go Corki. Corki was available in Game 1 to be drafted against Taliyah. We saw the matchup so many times at Rift Rivals. You can have pressure as a Corki, and you don't have to rush and pick it just yet. But that was an option for SKT they passed over. It could just be played in this particular game. Rek'Sai available. But Blank does have that big win rate on Lee Sin in 2017. So deciding between the two options, the Rek'Sai is definitely the tier list pick and was only stronger on patch 7.13. So likely to be the selection from SKT.
And I wonder whether...
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it will be the Lee Sin. This might help deny Ambition Sejuani once again, just because Lee Sin does have a lot of skirmishing power, but nope, it certainly won't. Papa Smith, they're going to take it all back. He's going to try it once again in the jungle.
And one of the reasons why you would go for Taliyah Varus when you have Sejuani, they have the same picks here, is that now you will have auto push by level 2 in mid lane, you have push in bot lane, and it relieves pressure from Ambition because he's going to have pushing lanes to allow him to farm up to the point of relevance.
Yeah, well now FLICKR will see whether he decides to go for some sort of counter pick here against the Taliyah before going into that next ban phase, or whether it is just going to be that Kalista. The Bang was certainly fantastic on unable to really work anything out in the last game, but history dictates that Bang getting Kalista is definitely a good idea. There's a reason he has a skin for the champion.
25-2 and 25-3 is definitely going to be a percentage decrease, but still one of the core picks for the side of Bang. Looking at the bans, going to continue the pressure on Core JJ. Don't want to see the Varus Zyra double laning choice.
Yeah, but with a Thresh, of course, a little bit more laning presence now rather than the Rakan. Cassiopeia taken away from FLICKR. Do they ban the Lulu once again as well is the question.
Be a bit of a surprise to see. I imagine Braum is just a pretty happy selection on the side of Samsung if it's open. Where SKT puts their pride. They're going to ban away the Tahm Kench, so they're going to want to have maximum value from Thresh where possible, but Braum is still available and can just be selected for another super beefy 2 champions at least to try to keep the Varus and Taliyah alive.
Okay, Syndra going to be banned away. So now SKT need to pick Camille to stop Samsung from just getting exactly the same draft. I mean, like, there's a statement of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that might be exactly what they're going to do. Is now Karma's being considered by FLICKR, so trying to equal out some of that push power.
Teleport Karma can run around, can wave clear strong in front of Taliyah, but Corki would be the most likely selection. Means they won't have an extra shield coming through for the Taliyah. But it is a strong laning matchup for the Corkis, able to walk up and take trades very strongly. There's them more wave clear than before, and Samsung are smiling. They might just do it, Atlas.
Yeah, well, the Camille's going to be locked in.
Here
There's the Braum. Okay, take 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what SKT can do to answer this, as now Huni has the counter pick on the top side of the map. Remember, the Camille was picked before the Fiora last time, and so Huni can go for it again as well if he wants.
I think there's no problem with the Fiora was winning the side lanes. You don't put blame at the Fiora for how the previous game went. It's going to be locked in. See, Koma giving a couple words of confidence to Huni. So Samsung go back-to-back with the same draft, looking to 4-0 against SK Telecom in the regular season. The big adaptation here is more range damage from Corki. There's no way, if you drafted as SKT did in game 2, that you would have been as frustrated setting up around the mid lane turret. It would not last 35 minutes like it did in game 1 because you're going to have Trinity Force Corki to help with wave clear, help with sieging. It's a much more balanced draft, even if it's very similar to game 1.
And instead of the Rakan, which is a lot of burst CC, you know, it all just sort of comes out at once, CCs people up, and then if you've got that AoE damage, it works. Thresh is going to be able to slow down Ruler so that he can't kite the fights out as well as he did last time.
I mean, maybe even simpler point, less committal CC. You can fish for a hook, you don't have to take it, so you're able to be a lot more ranged. You don't have to go all in like Rakan is forced to do often with his flash. Plus the Thresh also famously one of those ungankable lanes given how many ways they have to get to safety, especially after Fate's Call is available. But Samsung were happy with their game 1 job. Let's see if SKT can turn the temperature up on Ambition, who got to farm away, and even though he died in the early game, was able to trivialize the Kalista basically on his own.
Let's see whether the bottom lane of SKT can go a little bit more aggressive now with the Thresh there into the Braum Varus as opposed to the Rakan. So a little bit more early game power, and the adaptation has all come out of SKT. Is it going to be enough to topple this 100% win rate so far, 1 sample size comp from Samsung Galaxy? Let's get into the game. Okay, lots of fans in the audience tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It is a full house, as now FLICKR might have to use his flash, but nope. Okay, just skills up the Valkyrie. There's the threaded volley, takes a whole bunch of them bullets.
Juve actually skilled the hook shot first as well, looking for a pick there, with Tilia able to open up so much consistent damage. FLICKR fans are still going to be confident. It's only a single game. I saw a boarding pass there, so I think people have started to fly to see SKT win this game.
Well.
And now they're just looking for Wolf. Remember, concussive blows, we know the respect you have to pay.
Yeah, that's the stun. So Wolf might actually have to flash or move his way out here. Thankfully, he's going to have Courage of the Colossus, so that shield is going to be enough. Walks his way out, but minions have now spawned, and Wolf actually cancels that back. So Bang is going to be by himself for a little while. Thankfully, they don't need to help Leash, as Blank is towards the top side of the map. And that's going to be Huni's job.
Does mean that Sejuani won't get a super hard leash in the mid lane with Tilia on his side. He could definitely have had a cheeky Q over the wall to help him clear out the Raptors and then go on to red. The DPSing out Wolf, getting a recall. Probably not the biggest win. And they do slow down the jungle pathing of Ambition.
Yep, I like it.
Because he to contest as early as on the blue buff. There is a ward there for Lee Sin to potentially profit over.
Now Crown already starting to shove FLICKR underneath his turret. Ambition, a lot of space bought based on that. So a lot of how this comp worked, I think, just comes around Tilia creating pressure on the map and then Ambition being able to utilize it.
Yeah, Ruler on the Varus and Tilia from Crown. Both of those shoves super hard as early as level 1, but cement that around level 2, 3. And that is one of the things that has allowed the pressure to be relieved off other lanes. Saw so much roaming from Samsung, even without any reward in the early game. You'll remember in game 1, as Core JJ and Crown twice roamed to other lanes.
Yeah.
Already a quick roam from Crown. Just looking for jungle pathing information. We'll just back away and get back to mid.
It feels like Crown gets a little bit bored because he's able to kill these minions so fast, doesn't have a lot more to do. But now, they need to use that Ghost again. Flashes out of the way so he doesn't get queued by Blank, who gets himself over with the war jump.
Oh, there was a bit of confidence there from Blank, given that we've seen Crown in recent history hold on to his flash basically in every scenario. Used it proactively here. I think Blank was probably predicting that there'd be a Ghost, and if there was a Ghost, he would have hit the Q in that particular scenario, but flash to safety that time for Crown. Having mid lane priority with this Tilia has been such a big difference from recent drafts from Samsung, where very often Crown has been counterpicked or just been forced onto team utility, like an Orianna, for example.
Very true.
And had a defensive laning phase. Him having lane presence relieves pressure from Ambition, doesn't need to make all the plays. And the Tilia basically auto-wins every lane to a point. For some champions, it's always. For some champions, level 7 to level 9. Tilia does so well in the early game that's helping Samsung get over their hiccups, where early game has been a hiccup and then some for Samsung Galaxy in the past month or so.
Now FLICKR actually going to be paying a lot of respect to Ambition, moving in towards the bottom side. Lots of pings coming in, but they don't know exactly where he is. Now Juve just trying to deal with Huni, who's still winning this matchup. Remember, First Blood went to Samsung on the top side of the map. It was Crown who was able to get up there, and Huni was punished. Now we might see this Fiora take over the lane, unless once again it's going to be Samsung answering.
Yeah, leveling hookshot at level 1 actually led to a lot of the health trade going the way of Huni. So using hookshot to try and catch FLICKR ended up costing Samsung pretty big there.
Yeah, teleport is going to be used back, but it's only a Doran shield that Juve is able to pick up. It's going to be a long time before he can use that teleport to get back in again. Huni completely out of mana, almost. So he'll probably be wanting to head back soon too, but he's got 30 CS, so he'll have a lot more money. Try and grab himself some more things. No resonating strike from Blank. Just keeping tabs on Crown, protecting the bottom lane.
Also controlling with 2 control wards the bottom side of mid lane, stopping Crown from going for any roams in that direction, like he was wanting to do in game 1.
Lots of pings from Samsung. They know exactly what is going on here, as Core JJ is going to make his way in, and they know how important it is to protect Ambition here in this early game. Once again, just following that game plan that worked so well in game number 1, especially as we move towards the later stages. Huni once again going aggressive onto Cuvée. Level 6 very close for these top laners. Where the ultimatum and the grand challenge will really make some changes for these fights.
Ambition's just been able to power farm. Cost of lanes, going to just use the blasting plan to come top lane. First appearance in a lane for the game.
Yep, Cuvée actually looking for the stun onto Huni, and there's Ambition actually throws it out. They're trying to find the stun. Permafrost is going to lock them up, but Samsung Galaxy cannot tank this turret for too much longer, and they do get the summoner spell, so worth it so far. Bit of a trade as there's the flash. Double Flay coming in as Blank wants to get this first blood. He's looking for Ruler. Doesn't quite land it, but there, just gets in melee range. Good exhaust. The heal comes out. Can Bang get the rend as he jumps under the turret? That's going to be first blood, and it's to Bang's Kalista.
And just wonderful timing just as Kalista was walking back to lane. Max range lantern into instant Blank coming over the wall. Great stuff from SK Telecom T1. Synergy on point. That means they actually get a big advantage in bot lane with all summoners down on both sides.
Bang is going to be able to pick up a bit more farm here as well and head back and get that priority back that he wanted. Crown, interestingly enough, going for the Boots of Swiftness on his next back, making sure that he can get out of the way of Blank as he's moving around.
Yeah, it's a very surprising choice.
Yeah.
Cheaper option than, say, for example, the Sorcerer's Shoes, and just looking to sidestep the abilities, like you mentioned. Isn't the most slows on the side of SKT. They do have a handful.
What is it, like the Cripple, the Box,
Flay,
Rend? There's a few.
Not demanded, though. It's not the sort of game where Swiftness is anything other than a surprise, but roam speed certainly will be on point in the early game. And if you can just sidestep things like the Phosphorus Bomb and the Rockets in laning phase, the extra HP it buys him could be relevant as well.
Thankfully for Samsung, Cuvée seems to have turned around this matchup quite nicely. Still a level behind, but the trades are going further in favor of the Camille. Big minion wave though, so doesn't want to do any more battle there. Okay, Frost Bomb, a lot of work. Those Boots of Swiftness not necessarily working out there as Ambition is going to turn up. With a potential bait, he does have the Glacial Prison. Samsung want to get on the board. It's only 300 gold the lead here for SKT because the farm has been going well for Samsung.
They're going to start surrendering buffs because every time we saw Blank looking around lanes for an advantage, I'll hold the point for a second as Cuvée Grand Challenge is used on him.
Yeah, but maybe a little bit out of time here as now Cuvée underneath the turret. He wants to try and find Huni as Blank just gets the kick straight up. Ultimatum is going to be used, but Blank should fall down. No! He doesn't fall, somehow gets out of the way before the next auto attack is queued up.
Yeah, D-leashes the turret range expertly there, held onto his W the entire time and was able to get out. Even with Crown coming in very quickly, he's ghosted.
Yeah, he has ghosted, and Huni, not a lot of options, no flash, and he's going to get shoved. Well, he's not. He's going to lunge out of the way, but still, threat was inevitable. Now FLICKR going to shove up this mid lane, try and clean up, but Ambition is here. Okay. Not going to throw out the ultimate, nothing like that.
Second time Crown has taken down Huni in consecutive games. This time it's just a reaction with the Ghost and also the extra movement speed from the Boots of Swiftness to get an answering kill. No way for Cuvée to turn things around under turret, and of course Blank couldn't react. He was one turret shot away from dying. Samsung going relatively even, 1-for-1, when every time Blank has walked up, the laners from Samsung had to back away because Ambition was never there for a counter gank. He was just power farming in the early game. It's got him a 20 monster lead, but that's obviously not a big thing in the jungle with Krugs and other camps potentially warping the number. But Samsung surrendered basically every trade when it came to skirmishes because of letting Ambition get to a certain point. It was worth it in game one. The draft shares a lot of identity in game two. But it does mean they've been on the back foot, whereas they were much more proactive in their game one play.
Yeah. And they were able to make sure that this top lane went in favor of Cuvée, at least partially, before Huni could take over. Now Huni relatively unchecked with the kill trade on the top side of the map. Doesn't mean a whole lot. Now, once again, has the wave in a good spot. Okay, Package actually baited out with that seismic shove.
Still a level advantage for Huni in top, even though a kill was picked up by the Talia. None of the reward there really went to the side of Cuvée, who is smarting in the matchup. We knew it evolved to be Huni getting solo kills. Fiora was seen as a counterpick into Camille because during the ultimatum, he popped the Grand Challenge, and you're happy to choose the battlefield to be constricted. Healing field will undo any ability to skip out of it.
Well, Bang having a pretty good time now towards the bottom side with First Blood in his back pocket. In fact, finished off his Bilgewater Cutlass as well as grabbing that extra dagger. Now Crown winning this fight against FLICKR, but Blank is going to turn up. Ambition is over to the side, and there's the Glacial Prison. Can they close the gap, though? As Crown does have a lot of movement speed, these threaded volleys, he needs to find another one, but on the other front, it's Core JJ getting flanked. They will pick up that kill. It's Bang getting another, and FLICKR, he did make it out.
Yeah, Hooney used the teleport, and they were able to pincer down Core JJ. Didn't expect so many people in the river at this phase of the game. FLICKR gets out, like you say, on a sliver, able to chug a couple healing pots and then get back in. SKT actually set up around the bot side. I thought they might be proxying, but of course Ruler going to take a lot longer to get back to base.
Well, Ambition now looking towards the top side of the map. Hooney at full health, and they will have to dive underneath this turret, but in goes Crown. Threaded volley, not going to find Hooney at all. They are just looking for first brick. It's going to be Blank trying to even that trade with this Cloud Drake to start things off. It's not exactly high priority. Samsung will be able to get themselves the gold lead if they can pick this one up. Good shove back onto Hooney. There's the Winter's Wrath. Ambition, Arctic Assault's forward. And there's the ultimatum. Hooney nowhere to go, and Cube going to be able to pick up the kill. And once again, the classic Hooney overstay.
Yeah, it's disrespectful, honestly. That's his carry mindset where he feels like he can get away with being that much further up because he has his flash, because he trusts his mechanics. But in this way, caught by the seismic shove, and Hextech Ultimatum is the ultimate equalizer when it comes to stopping the Fiora's escape. So bonus kill next to the objective trade made by Samsung. Like you say, you'd probably take the first brick over a Cloud Drake any day of the week. Now, if they could get mid lane turret, that would be a lovely reward, and FLICKR will certainly weaken it pretty extensively.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage. Thankfully, Core JJ using that Unbreakable to stop a bunch of those projectiles from making their way in. Crown's now going to get back to the mid lane, as this is how Core JJ was caught out.
A very deep ward down, and then you notice the teleport comes through. Camille chooses not to teleport, and fail flash from Core JJ. We didn't catch that on the screen, but face planted into the very thick wall. So a mistake there from Core JJ. It looks like he would have been safe if he could have flashed over.
I really like that the healing field from the Grand Challenge looks like a beach towel. Didn't actually know that from Pool Party Fiora. Thank you for that replay, people. Samsung now moving up, trying to grab some more control around this area, but thankfully Rift Scuttler gives SKT all of that information.
Team fights here will be very different to game one, even though it feels like the comps are pretty similar. The moment you see Corki, you know he's not going to be diving the back line looking for assassination kills like the Kassadin. So much more front-to-back opportunities for SKT, where if FLICKR and Bang are both trained on the same person, you get the shred from the Gatling gun. Maybe Kalista will actually be able to power through Ambition this time around.
Yeah, and maybe with all of the item spikes and just general massive damage that Corki can do, maybe with a round of spells and a few autos, he'll be able to actually kill Ruler before he can kite things out like he was able to do so expertly.
It's more likely that Ruler will suffer the fate that Bang did in a lot of the fights, where his teammates died and he couldn't do damage, rather than he died first at pick in a team fight.
Yeah.
So if Ruler's the first to die in this particular game, it's going to be a pretty big surprise.
Banshee's Veil's done now for Crown. Bit of extra damage. Now wants to try and get some of that cooldown reduction. We'll see where the Nomicon is going to come in next. So that mana regen also a good idea, as once again Fate's call, but that is going to be the answering ultimate from Ruler, trying to stack up that Blighted Quiver. Really good ult comes in, and there's the Glacial Prison. Already Core JJ's fallen, but can they get Bang? He should fall down, gets himself into the brush, but now Crown's found his way in, and Blank's going to fall. That is the 2 follow-up kills. So 2 for 1 in favor of Samsung.
Out of context, or out of character a little bit for SKT to fight this when Hooney didn't have his teleport, when FLICKR didn't have teleport either. No ability to follow. Now they can get 2 turrets in this trade if Hooney is fast enough, taking down top lane turret. Mid lane turret, Crown rotates very quickly, okay. So will only be top lane turret as Crown is able to answer, but they played against the teleport, and in the end traded up, did Samsung Galaxy.
And Hooney's actually going to go back here, and they're not even going to get that top lane outer turret. Ruler will be able to take this outer on the bottom side of the map. There's the second outer turret to fall down, so now the mid lane for Samsung to try and get, as Wolf's going to make his way in. They do get the teleport out of Hooney. Ruler Wants to flash and gets the fat flash over the wall. Nicely done, but that's going to be a really good Arctic assault from Ambition. And once again, Ruler looking relatively safe. The concussive blows is enough. He's just stunned forever. There's the flash from Ambition. Gets the Winter's Wrath, and now Wolf, he's in trouble. They're just getting kill after kill. Another slow, the piercing arrow, and a double for Ambition.
So much greed showed by Huni, who did not have extensive vision in that area, just a single ward around the Raptors. Didn't respect the core JJ, had everything up except for the Glacial Fissure. They take him down, get the bonus secondary kill as well. SK Telecom had too many wheat picks this morning, if we're going to use an Australian analogy.
Yeah.
They feel like they can just dive in, and Huni, I guess it shouldn't be surprised that he's the most brazen, but while he's been able to stay competitive in CS, he's just over-pursuing into areas that's in a very un-SKT-like manner.
Yeah, now 4,000 gold, 3,500 gold is going to be the lead here for Samsung. And they've got all this forward vision towards the top side of the map. It's 16 minutes into the game, and bang, he's being ultimatumed in the mid lane. Blank's going to make his way around, but they want the last kill. There it is. It's going to be Ruler that grabs it. They'll trade 1 for 1. But the Kallista's now dead, and they're looking for FLICKR. Package once again used defensively. Samsung Galaxy move up. Now 4 versus 4, and they want to just siege down this turret.
Yeah, 1 for 1, but they actually get some big summoners out of SKT. They continue to push up around the mid lane. Ambition once again is doing the solo zoning work. And they get a lot of the turret. Might actually get the full turret here, Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, that actually should go down. So Ruler with a completed Blade of the Rune King, enough attack speed and damage to take that one down, help the rest of the team out. 1-0-1 for Crown as well in the mid lane, who's had a turnaround performance here in game number 2, as opposed to what we saw at Rift Rivals and a little bit prior. Game 1 was fantastic and continuing that momentum forward.
It's a bit surreal to see SKT mismanage their resources with a split push advantage, given they've played 5, 6, 7 games in a row with basically the same identity. All of Rift Rivals was Jax or Camille. Those are the picks they were playing around. And while Huni wasn't necessarily just crushing lane, they were smart at playing around a split pushing advantage. Now we're seeing them both play untrademarked League of Legends where they disrespected teleport, ended up losing a team fight, and then we see the over-pursuer from Huni after the fact, so doing both sides of the coin wrong.
Well, speaking of Huni, this could be another problem as the Winter's Wrath slows. There's going to be a permafrost here, and Cuvée is going to be able to grab that kill. Ambition, the celebratory Glacial Prison, thrown out of Runeterra. Beautifully done. Now going to be able to lock that one in there. So Samsung Galaxy once again preying on Huni's aggression.
Felt a bit like a zombie push, and it wasn't a zombie push when SKT was starting up Baron. He didn't have any vision in the air. There were even control wards behind him, of all things. Not really sure what Huni was making of that scenario. Hasn't been a great re-debut into the LCK for him, it has to be said.
Yeah.
Antara available, but not used in the previous match. They get a bit of damage onto the inner turret. They take the Cloudjake. I say a bit of damage, Trinity Force, Camille.
Yeah, Crown's now looking for FLICKR as well. They're getting this flank as the hookshot comes in. Ultimatum as well, but he might be a little bit too far forward. Huni taking a lot of damage. Faker's going to die. They might be able to trade one back. Good riposte. There's now Huni underneath the turret doing a whole bunch of work, and Crown is going to get baited under there. 1 for 1 is going to be the trade of the mid lane as an SKT will trade up, getting the Rift Herald.
Yeah, mistake from Crown. Didn't need to be that far up. Took an extra turret shot. Had flash and heal available. Flash and Ghost available, didn't use it. SKT trade up in terms of objectives around the play. Doesn't necessarily feel fantastic. They're already 6,000 gold behind, and that only staves off what has been some excellent play so far by Samsung.
Yeah, and we have to remember the conversations that we were having this stage of the game, last game around, where SKT lost, was that SKT were in control, that they had the scaling composition, that they should be able to 1-3-1 their way to victory. This is Samsung with all of the control. Yet to make the Baron moves, yet to make these teamfight plays. And Ruler's actually decided to go for an even more defensive build. It was the Hurricane last time, and now the Phantom Dance is there. So the way that he was playing out the fights last time should even work out a little bit more in his favor now, if the amount of members diving on top of him are going to be smaller, which it should, given the composition.
And while Fiora looked comfortably in the advantage compared to the Camille on the sidelines, it was with a 2-level advantage and other factors, but it's not going to be a 1v1 here.
Well, Cuvé's looking to make his way in here as, oh my goodness, Crown just turns up at exactly the right time. They're trying to find Cuvée. Flashes blank. He can't find the Q, and he's been slowed down. There are the pebbles once again, and he gets another hook shot. And now Blank just at the mercy of Crown, throwing down the threaded
Crown's a
volleys.
monster.
That's going to be it. Cuvee just steps his way forward and grabs the kill onto Blank.
Crown is so smart. He's always exactly where he needs to be. In the mid lane.
Yeah, flash drawn out of Ruler, and it's just going to be Core JJ giving up his life. Good flash gets him over the side, and they should get the other auto attack. No, they're not. As Ruler tries to turn around, Glacial Prison lands right on top of Wolf, and they're able to pick that one up. There's no Fate's Call this time, and Samsung have every answer.
Yeah, I mean, they even have the split push. They just have Crown and Cuvee stay in the bottom lane. Just going to take an inhibitor. Nothing that Huni can do.
This is so against the script, Papa Smithy. Huni clears out the minion wave, but the damage has been done. Inhibitor dead. Inner turret now getting sieged down by Samsung Galaxy. They don't need to siege with a Baron or anything like that. It's barely even been alive, as that's another teleport that's going to be cancelled. FLICKR just couldn't go for the flank. Too many members available. And the Rift Herald just hanging out on the top lane.
Yeah, it was a pretty rubbish teleport, honestly. There was no way they were going to get anything out of it just because Fiora's coming through the mid lane and Corky's coming from behind. They knew at least 2 members were there. Increasingly, there was 3. Faker just had to cancel it. Had the package, but I don't think anything was going to come of it. Rift Herald very slowly pushing up top side, like you mentioned.
Yeah, see whether it actually gets a charge, because the minion wave is doing some damage to it. Wolf going to help do some extra damage to the Scuttle Crab. Doesn't like CC, that guy. He's real scared of it. Cuvee should be able to deal with this, but Rift Herald might be able to take down at least a turret.
We have so many sound bites about SK Telecom. You have to. They've been so dominant for so long, but it feels like in this series they just haven't really been related. It's mid lane.
Yep, they're trying to fight on many fronts here as the flanking style from Samsung looks to be working. Ruler looks for Wolf. It's a double kill with
Instantly.
a threaded volley, and now Cuvee looking for Bang on the backside. They just evaporate him, and Huni can't get in. Triple kill for Crown as Faker falls down, and Huni, all he can do is take a red buff as Samsung will push up the mid lane.
Yeah, he got the front row seat to watching Samsung rip through his 4 teammates. They'll turn onto Baron if they want it. Playing around the CC train of the Braum and the Sejuani has been key to their victory, and the mistakes that SKT have made in very un-SKT-like fashion, not respecting teleports, over-prioritizing dives when it would have been a 1-for-1 at best, will lose them everything on the map.
Yeah, the Baron will fall down, and they take the inhibitor turret. Don't overstay to take that inhibitor as well and give SKT a chance to get a pick back. And despite everything, despite SKT finding the Qs, they wanted to start that fight in the mid lane. Samsung Galaxy just fanned themselves out and just crushed a grouped up SKT.
And SKT wanted to make a play. They knew they were way behind in gold. They turn on to Ruler, but Ambition's where he needs to be. Crown, so often in this game where he needs to be. Ambition this time where he needs to be. Instant double kill on 1 Q coming through, and then Bang can't get out. Nothing Huni can do. He's not going to be in a split push really at any point in this game with multiple inhibitors soon to be down. They pick up the Baron as well. And they are going to lose to the same draft 2 times in a row, Atlas. Can you even imagine that against SK Telecom?
Yeah, and they've had 2 chances to try and counter it out. I just don't know why you let Samsung have the thing that beat you. You just ban something away. Ban the Braum instead of, I mean, what was it in the ban phase? It was a different support. It was the Tahm Kench that they took off the board. Make them change something up, because I feel like the Sejuani Braum combination, the amount of just CC that lasts for so long, it doesn't go, passive doesn't go on cooldown. Concussive blows just means auto attacks from the Braum, and Ambition's always slowing. Permafrost as well working out so well. So Samsung Galaxy will rip through the top side of the map as well, now looking for the fight. But it doesn't really matter because the base is in tatters. 3 inhibitors now lie on the floor, and SKT at the mercy of Samsung Galaxy.
We're 24 minutes in the game, and SKT is down 14,000 gold.
Oh my god. It's just, yeah.
It's a ridiculous lead. They're just looking to try and end the game. They can wait for the super minion waves. The Baron buff, minions pushing in, and what can SKT do?
Well, it looks like not a whole lot, Papa Smithy. Wolf is going to get shoved back. Crown does find himself some aggro. Blank looking for the hero play, but he just doesn't get it. He's going to be taken down. Cuvee finds Huni. He just wants to get himself in the middle of the fight, and Bang is just going to explode now. Wolf has to flash, and Huni's in no man's land. Baroned up super creeps are smacking on the Nexus. Huni wants to find 1 pick, but Crown's even going to survive, and it's a triple kill for Ambition. He wanted the Penta, but the Nexus dies first. And another 2-0 for Samsung Galaxy.
Samsung go 4-0 over SKT and park themselves in first spot. Famous victory, and it answers some questions we had after Rift Rivals. These were the two teams that looked poor against the LPL, and we wondered, are they hiding strategies? When we saw Samsung really meander to beat Ever 8 winners 2-0, we thought maybe they're just struggling at the moment, Atlas, but they had the Sejuani in the pocket. SKT largely followed the same script as Rift Rivals, going for the split push, the Fiora in both games, but they didn't have an answer to Ambition, and the Kalista did nothing at all in both games. Game 2 and Game 1, we talked a lot about Ruler, but Crown in Game 2 especially was everywhere he needed to be.
Yeah.
The Weaver's Wall usage in this game should be scrutinized. It was flawless.
It was absolutely amazing, and even the fights on the bottom side, you can see Huni head in hands, and that was because he was starting off fights, and if it wasn't Ambition there lying in wait for his aggression that did just seem to come whenever they were expecting it, it was Crown with the Weaver's Wall.
He might have his head in his hands also, Atlas, because maybe he doesn't know when he'll play again. The Fiora didn't work here. He made some solo mistakes in this game, over-pursuing, flashing over walls without vision. Huni didn't help his case to start in future games, and Blank goes from 20-0 to 20-2. And Samsung, really out of nowhere, jump off the table. Maybe we can actually give them a pass for Rift Rivals if they were setting up for this series recently, which sounds counterintuitive when they played a series in between. This series was great from them, but SKT let them follow the same script twice, and apparently hadn't read to the end, because the end read 2-0 Samsung Galaxy.
And look at this man on your screen right now, Ambition. Cinderhulk was buffed. What have we said about Ambition's strengths? It's playing tanks, it's playing frontline, it's playing CC and utility. You buff that item, it opens up all sorts of things that he certainly has in his wheelhouse. The Sejuani is certainly an example of that, and SKT, a little bit of disrespect, don't ban it in game number 2. And he's once again able to just be that huge tank to control these fights.
Yeah, and able to peel away first Blank, then we saw the peel away pretty dramatically from Crown. After this, and I follow your logic because we know that Thornmail's being buffed in the next patch. We know that Cinderhulk is being buffed. Suddenly Kalista around her is going to have a lot of factors that are going to keep her down, because Kalista doesn't do well with unkillable frontliners, and for the first time in recent memory, we had one of those. No Galio in this game, but Sejuani did the job, and all the pushing lanes, the priority on Varus and also the priority in the mid lane on the Talia allowed Ambition to free farm. The team didn't lose lanes, even with the proactive Rek'Sai and Lee Sin. And we jump over the damage charts. They are topped by Crown.
And shout out as well to Cube, who in exactly the same matchup that it was honestly very, very rough. First Blood went down on the top side of the map in game number 1, and he still wasn't able to get control of that lane. Game number 2, it was just capitalization on Huni's over-aggression, but it was done intelligently out of Cube, who was still able to keep himself in that lane and get himself around the map and pick up the kills.
And the Hextech Ultimatum removes a lot of the outplay from champions like Corki and Kassadin. Your MVP will be Ambition. Look at that score, 7-0-7. In game 1, he took a lot of time to get online. He was caught in his jungle, and we thought, I don't know, Ambition, I don't know about your choice to go for the Sejuani, but in this game, just like Crown, he was very often where he needed to be.
Yeah, certainly was. Setting up for things down towards this bottom side, as well as somehow, oh no, Ruler does actually fall in this particular fight, but in goes Ambition. Oh no, it wasn't, it was Core JJ.
And this was the fight where they had the teleport advantage.
Yes.
SKT probably thought they could get a single pick and get out, but Cuvée shows up. Huni maybe was the one entrusted to keep tabs on him, wasn't able to, and this is where Huni really will have to watch the VOD and cringe a little bit. He did not have the vision to make as brazen a play that even with the Lantern available is taken out. These were unnecessary mistakes from SKT, and that's why it ended up being such a blisk series. It's a 2-0, but it's not the 2-0 everyone predicted. Samsung obliterate SKT, and the manner and the fact that it was with the same picks is going to see the most scrutiny.
Yeah. And the Fury of the North into concussive blows combination as well, the stack up CC from both the Braum and the Sejuani is actually pretty disgusting for getting these follow-up kills. Because once again, this is the celebratory off the rift Glacial Prison. There it goes. See you later, man.
And you talk about QSSs, Merc Treads, etc. in the late game. We never got to the late game at this point. The itemization from SKT was to try and hold a candle to Samsung in team fights, but never really got their builds going. They were trained down, and famous victory for Samsung Galaxy that puts them in first spot.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Be great to hear from Ambition as well, get some answers as to whether he's been practicing the Sejuani on a secret account, something like that. But we are going to throw it over to Joel to get that translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview translation of the day. And as unbelievable as this sounds, SK Telecom has still yet to pick up a game win against Samsung. And it's just another 2-0 victory for Samsung this time around against SK Telecom. We are here with today's MVPs, Ruler and Ambition, for the interview. A 2-0 clean win for you guys. How do you feel? Yeah, I was kind of worried because our scrims and practices weren't very to our favor, but it was surprised that we got this win today. Yeah, it's kind of surprising to us for most of the part. We didn't think that we would get a 2-0 victory. So I'm very proud of our team. And maybe it's the picks that SKT allowed you guys to play, but it was sort of a surprise for us. I felt like the composition was actually a mistake where we kind of initially did not want to intend this kind of composition, but we somehow ended up with it. It ended up to be a lucky pick for us. And the first game we want to talk about is that Blank really showed up in the early parts of the game, you know, doing the proper ganks and getting the positive results from it. Yeah, I wasn't really worried even in the early game because none of our laners were really pushed that far. Well, that way we had to worry about it. So we were just trying to be patient for our right timing to go in aggressively. And all we had to rely was on our chain CCs, and that's kind of what we relied on for the right timing to use that. And of course, the Game 2 and Game 1 was a significant part was that you guys went with exactly the same picks. And Kalista and Rakan was the key signature of SK Telecom until now. And how did you guys decide that you guys want to go against that? Yeah, Varus has always been good in lane against Kalista, so I kind of relied on that and trusted that would be alright this time around. And I think that's kind of the reason why I picked the Varus this time around. I think the champion itself with Varus is a little bit better than the Kalista itself. And the Sejuani Braum composition, where did you guys come up with that idea? And with the Cinderhulk getting cheaper, Bomby Cinder that we had to rely on, that kind of gave Sejuani a power boost that we wanted to go with, and Braum kind of came into the idea with that, and it was mostly the Sejuani was the big point in my composition, but Braum was really a nice addition to the chain CC that it can provide. But I felt like that was kind of the composition that was needed for our team. And we wanted to have that surprise attack opportunities for our team because we were really all about the burst damages with Crown and all the rest of our teammates being able to do that. We just needed to provide a floor that they can do that on. And no matter if it was Braum and Sejuani putting the endless amount of CC, it was all you, Ruler, putting the damage and staying alive till the end with that slimmest of health. Yeah, there were many situations where I should have died quite easily, but Braum and Sejuani somehow just kept me alive and kept putting in the CC endlessly that I was able to live. Was there any communication regarding targeting though? I actually didn't feel very good going into the series, and I was kind of feeling a little flimsy today. Oh, so that's you being flimsy, huh? Yeah, I was actually kind of worried because my targeting wasn't that good, and I felt like I could have done so many things better. We have one example of the wonderful team play that they showed, showing an example of why this composition is so positive. And what was the primary communication within this series? Yeah, we really wanted to actually pull in the aggressive for the opposition to come for our DPS champions, but you know, when we had the right opportunity, they came in too close that we were able to get them a little bit easier. So
상대 입장에서 좀 까다롭게 한타가 이뤄졌던 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 재밌었던 것이 1세트가 그렇게 끝이 나고 이제 2세트에 들어갔는데 또 똑같은.
And another fun thing that we wanted to see was that, you know, game 1 was successful, but you went with the exact same composition in game 2.
상대가 칼리스타를 먹었을 때
Yeah, as soon as they picked up Callista, we thought that, you know, just another composition that we were successful on. We could repeat it again. We expected the same result would come out. Weren't you kind of surprised that they just left open everything after they lost the game against you guys?
저희가 똑같은 픽을 했는데 상대는 픽을 좀 바꿨잖아요.
Yeah, we picked the same composition and they decided to go with different champions.
더 빡세게 할 것 같다.
So I felt like, you know, I expected them to play much harder and give us a tougher opposition. But I think we were very calm about this entire situation and did exactly what we were supposed to do at each moment. And I think that actually allowed us to be simpler in our thoughts to how to run the macro game with that. And the top lane was also interesting, is that 1v1 versus QV and Huni was just an ongoing event. And junglers were really involved in very decisive moments in that. Yeah, even in game 2, you could see that I put barely any damage and I'm just basically the support of every lane. So I felt like, you know, top lane would have been at a disadvantage if you were go for 2v2 ganking and counter ganking. So I just felt, you know, trusted QVA that, you know, he would hold on to top lane at the least. And that's kind of what we relied on for the eventual team fights. And Ruler, another interesting thing that we always have to talk about is your sweating frequencies, that you always fan yourself in the most frequent times. Yeah, I think the more I concentrate, I think the heat inside my body rises to the point where I have to fan myself and cool myself down. Was there any instances in today's games? Yeah, my teammates were kind of just saying that I was just carrying the entire game. So yeah, we usually just try not to talk about it, but sometimes it just comes out. So I'm glad that Ruler played well today. But regardless, you guys do get the nice 2-0 victory. And you said in your comments that your team morale right now isn't in the best form. But how is it right now in the current formation? Yeah, I felt like, you know, our team morale was in the near bottom with the recent results, that we wanted to improve on that much higher. And lastly, Ambition, would you like to say anything to your fans? We always thank you guys for cheering for us, and it just seems like our team is always on a roller coaster ride, going way up and going way back, way down in an instances of that we don't want to be, but we just want, I think, but we rely on ourselves, we trust ourselves that we can always be on the uprise when we want to, so we continue to ask you for your support. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Great to hear from Ambition. Just saying that, yes, Braum Sejuani is pretty ridiculous and seems to be their answer to the Callista as well.
The surreal that it was a 2-0, it was such a short series, and it went the way of Samsung Galaxy. If you add all the game time together, it's actually around a 30 to 31 minute average win time over SK Telecom T1, the masters of extending games and keeping themselves competitive until the last. The game 1 went to 40 minutes, but all 3 other games were at 25 to 30 minutes. So very short average game time, and Samsung does jump ahead of SKT. And if SKT win 2-0 against FLICKR, which already is going to be a tough ask, FLICKR has always been their nemesis. Atlas, they will still be in second spot because they have lost the head-to-head.
Yeah, that is one hell of a head-to-head loss as well, because there had to be a 2-0 here to even out that head-to-head. And after Samsung's 2 decisive wins in the very first week. It would go down to time, and then they probably still have it.
And with other formats, maybe that's not relevant, but we play the gauntlet, and if you are first seed, you are already in the grand final. Samsung were answered in the semi-final last season, desperate to auto-seed themselves into the final, and SKT, we get another test of theirs in 2 days' time.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big one as well, because we saw FLICKR Freaks have a fantastic performance earlier in the week. The standard Game 1 complete obliteration and the beautiful 3-game series that it always seems to be. And now it's time to check to see whether it is going to be the Samsung Kryptonite versus SKT, whether a FLICKR are going to be able to take them down as well. And then the final matchup on Sunday over at the Gangnam Stadium will be MVP versus Rox and KT Rolster versus Ever8.
I wonder what Marin is sitting back and thinking about for 2 days' time against SKT. He was able to be the general of their downfall in the spring season. They were able to beat a FLICKR in the first round robin, but a FLICKR always beats SKT at least once a season. That seems to be the script. So with SKT being blown out of the water by Samsung, really interesting second match in 2 days' time.
Yeah, and is it going to be Marin preparing for Huni towards the top side, or will it be Ontara? We don't know. We'll be able to find out on Saturday, though. But thank you very much, guys, for watching. We'll see you on Saturday.